Chapter 23:48. Purring, 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 large swathes of the void were crumbling, and a gigantic black hole appeared in the void. Just looking at it would send chills down one's spine and make one's spirit tremble. Boom! With a loud bang, U-Bol's fist seal was shattered before everyone's eyes. It was as if a part of the world was collapsing. The shattered seal scripts were like lightning, dazzling and brilliant. Du Xiaofu's palm seal was extremely domineering, and its momentum was like thunder as it blasted directly onto U-Bol's chest. Pfff, blood splattered, and the heavenly origin divine armor on U-Bol's body cracked. The mysterious patterns on the seal scripts dimmed, and then completely shattered. His body fell from the void like a bird with broken wings. Seeing this scene again, everyone was dumbfounded. This time, U-Bol was no longer affected by the primordial spirit attack. Who would have thought that he would still be so weak, and he would be severely injured again? Pung pung. U-Bol's body crashed into the plaza, and large cracks spread out on the ground. Blood dripped from his mouth, and large amounts of blood gushed out. His eyes were filled with shock, and his old face was as pale as ash. Then, something that made the Yu clan's eyes pop out of their sockets happened once again. The rock wings on Du Xiaofu's back flapped, and his figure once again swooped down like a bolt of lightning. He waved his hand, and layers of mysterious runes of golden light coalesced into a pair of rock wings, which slapped down viciously at U-Bol, who had crashed into the square. "Be careful, brat, how dare you!" The expressions of the disciples and cultivators of the Yu clan changed drastically. It was as if they were about to go crazy, and they shouted loudly. However, the disciples and cultivators of the Yu clan all knew that they had no power to interfere. If even U-Bol was no match for him, they would most likely only be sending themselves to their deaths. At this moment, the people of the various great clans and forces were all stunned. This was too shocking. U-Bol was no longer affected, but he was still no match for Yi Futian. This kind of strength was too strong. The early stage of the Saint Realm had actually defeated U-Bol, who was at the peak of the intermediate stage of the Saint Realm. It was as if he was no match for Yi Futian at all. This stunned everyone present. Too strong. Many experts felt great waves in their hearts. Lu Limo, the #1 hero, and the other young supreme leaders paled in comparison. This young man called Rock Emperor was too monstrous. Du Xiaofu did not stop at all. He did not want to let U-Bol escape again. He flapped his Fuyao heaven shaking wings. In any case, he already couldn't be on good terms with the Yu clan, so there was no need to hold back. If he showed mercy today, it would become a hidden disaster for him in the future. Du Xiaofu's speed was extremely fast, and he did not hold back at all. That terrifying and domineering will mixed with killing intent swept down. Within the golden light, it was as if a rock's golden wing had descended. U-Bol, who was on the ground, continued to widen his pupils as fear crept up from the depths of his heart. Rumble, suddenly, at that critical moment, a rumbling sound was heard in the air. Blazing light appeared, as if a divine fire was burning. There was also a golden light, as if the dragon aura of the imperial palace was fluctuating. A vast force descended, causing the air of the entire sage hall to tremble. "It is rare to see a young man like you, but you must not harbor murderous intent." The voice shook the heavens and the earth, causing the experts from the various great clans and forces to tremble. Their expressions immediately changed. The yellow-robed elder, the Renhuang, Feng Wanran, the madam of the Jiang clan, and the others all had serious expressions in their eyes. Pust, at the same time, a large hand stretched out in the air, as if it had taken control of the void. It descended from the void, as if it could move mountains and drain seas, and resisted Du Xiaofu's Fuyao heaven shaking wings. Whoosh! This large hand was very frightening. It caused Du Xiaofu's domineering Fuyao heaven shaking wings to dim in an instant. It was silently resisted. Du Xiaofu's figure stopped at a low altitude. At that moment, his expression suddenly became tense. He felt a vast force, accompanied by the Imperial Palace's dragon aura, violently crushing his body. An expert too powerful. In an instant, under the perception of the sharp power of his primordial spirit, Du Xiaofu already knew that a super-expert had appeared again. He was not as strong as Huolei Laozu and the others, but his aura seemed to be on par with the Snow Ancestor, Beiluan Bingchen, the master of the Snow Palace. Greetings, Ancestor. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of the Yu clan's experts and elders immediately turned into pleasant surprise, and they bowed respectfully. Greetings, old Emperor. The experts and elders of the various great clans and forces all had different expressions, but at that moment, they all bowed respectfully toward the void above. Even the Renhuang and the yellow-robed elder had to nod. In the dazzling light in front of the sacred palace, a figure appeared quietly. He looked to be in his 70s, with long black hair combed behind his head. His face was ruddy, and his eyes were like the sun. He was surrounded by golden divine light, and his aura was not released. For some reason, an invisible force filled the world. Greetings, old Emperor. When this old man appeared, the figures in the square all knelt down. Du Xiaofu looked at the old man who had appeared. The light purple robe he was wearing was embroidered with a golden dragon pattern. It was as if it was alive, and it shone brightly. At that moment, Du Xiaofu was even more shocked. This old man was clearly surrounded by the Imperial Palace's dragon chi. Judging from the reactions of the people around, this old man seemed to have been a Renhuang. Imperial Ancestor, this person's background is unknown. He has violated our sacred rules and is arrogant. He killed the honorable martial artist of the Yu clan. Imperial Ancestor, please uphold justice. This person must not be allowed to live. When he saw the old man appear, Yu Bol looked as if he had seen a life-saving straw. His frightened eyes were filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. Then, he struggled to get to his feet and bowed. The coldness in his eyes grew stronger, and he glared at Du Xiaofu with extreme hatred. Yu Bol, do you know your crime? The old man looked at Yu Bol. His voice was slow, like the roar of an ancient bell, and it shook everyone's eardrums. When he heard these words, Yu Bol's expression changed, and his face was filled with confusion. The cultivators of the great families and forces present were also secretly surprised and puzzled. Du Xiaofu looked at the old man and was secretly on guard. This old man seemed to be related to the Yu clan. He had the Imperial Palace's dragon chi fluctuating on him. He was an old emperor, and his status was not simple. He should be the true backer of the Yu clan. Imperial Ancestor, Yu Bol was in a very sorry state, and he was covered in blood. He thought that the Imperial Ancestor had come to help him, but he did not expect this to happen. You still refuse to admit your crime. As a member of the Yu clan, you claimed credit for yourself. You even wanted to kill the honorable martial artist recognized by the Emperor's seal. How audacious! The old man's voice was like thunder, and he seemed to be merciless. His voice also contained a great pressure that spread out. Imperial Ancestor, under such a voice, Yu Bol's body went limp and he trembled. His eyes trembled. Since your cultivation has not been easy and you have not made a big mistake, you can reflect on yourself for 100 years, the old man said. Then, he looked at the Renhuang and his expression softened. He said, Does the Renhuang have any objections to this punishment? The Renhuang's eyes flashed with golden light. He was secretly surprised. He nodded and said, The old emperor is righteous. Then we will do as the old emperor says. The old man nodded, and there was a smile in his eyes. He turned to look at Yu Bol again and shouted, Yu Bol, do you admit your crime? Imperial Ancestor, I am willing to accept my punishment. Yu Bol's face was pale and his eyes were dim. The corner of his eyes was even colder. What's going on? Why did the Imperial Ancestor punish the Great Elder? When the members of the Yu clan saw this result, they were also surprised and puzzled. They all whispered among themselves. Du Xiaofu looked at the old man in front of him. The vigilance in his eyes did not relax in the slightest. This old man was also a member of the Yu clan. Du Xiaofu's intuition told him that this old man was definitely not what he looked like. He probably had other motives. Young man, you are indeed extraordinary. The new generation surpasses the old. If you are from the human race, I will be very relieved. The old man stared at Du Xiaofu. There was an invisible, vast aura rippling out from him. It occupied the entire holy city, causing all living beings to tremble in fear. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Under such a gaze, Du Xiaofu could clearly feel an invisible force peeping at him. It was as if the force was trying to see through him. I'm afraid he doesn't have good intentions, Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. He guarded his primordial spirit tightly. The 9 transformations spirit Lei Lian in his Naiwen palace rippled with electric arcs, preventing the other party from peeping at him. There was a slight fluctuation in the old man's eyes, but it did not leave any trace. He paused for a moment and continued to stare at Du Xiaofu. He said, "Young man, you must be from the outside world, right?" When he finished speaking, a bright divine light shot out from the old man's eyes and enveloped Du Xiaofu. Swish, swish. At this moment, everyone's gazes landed on Du Xiaofu. Outside world? Which outside world? There was an uproar in the square. Many people were puzzled. However, some of the old men's expressions changed. They had heard of some secrets and knew some secrets that no one else knew. "Yes, I am from the outside world," Du Xiaofu said. The azure spirit armor and the golden rock wings complemented each other. He was domineering and mighty. He did not hide it anymore. This matter could not be hidden anymore. With so many people entering the ancient, desolate, ominous ground, the experts here must have known. He is really from the outside world. The experts from the various big families and forces were shocked. Feng Wanran and the madam of the Jiang family were also shocked. For the experts from the various big families and forces, they had always known about the existence of the outside world. They had already known about the crack in the space. However, they did not expect that someone from the outside world had already entered this place. Such a young peerless supreme being was also from the outside world. If he was so powerful, then how powerful were the old men from the outside world? This was something that they did not dare to imagine. At this moment, if these people knew the truth, they could only smile bitterly. In general, the human clan from the outside world was not as good as the human clan here. Du Xiaofu was only the most abnormal one. Under normal circumstances, the young generation here, Lu Limo, the #1 hero, and the already dead Yu Ming were all stronger than their peers from the outside world. However, they could not be compared to the abnormal ones like Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, Moxiao, and Jialo Jueliao. The human sovereign and the yellow-robed old man secretly looked at each other. The outside world. Although you are extraordinary, it seems inappropriate to let you become the human sovereign. The old man from the Yu family said slowly. His voice echoed, loud enough for everyone to hear clearly. Chapter 2349. Coming from the outer realms doesn't seem to be suitable to become the human emperor. The position of the human emperor is of great importance. There is no precedent for someone from the outer realms. Someone from the outer realms murmured. There was indeed no precedent for someone from the outer realms to become the human emperor. Du Xiaofu looked around, his gaze sweeping across the crowd without saying a word. "Young man, Rock Emperor isn't your title, is it?" The yellow-robed elder beside the human emperor asked Du Xiaofu. "In the outer realms, some call me Rock Emperor, while others call me Demon King." Du Xiaofu smiled faintly, his expression calm. Rock Emperor, Demon King, they really live up to their names. Someone in the crowd murmured. That domineering, that ferocious strength, the Rock Emperor and Demon King lived up to their names. The yellow-robed elder's eyes were like flames, dazzling and flickering. His voice was melodious as he continued to ask Du Xiaofu, "You are from the outer realms. If you become the human emperor, are you willing to stay here forever?" "I can't." Du Xiaofu shook his head. How could he stay in this fearsome land forever? The position of the human emperor might be important to others, but it wasn't important to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu's purpose in entering this fearsome land was to find opportunities to advance further. The calamity was coming, and there wasn't much time left. The crowd was in an uproar. They didn't expect that the position of the human emperor couldn't keep him. "I have no intention of becoming the human emperor. I just want to recognize the human emperor's seal and enter the divine temple to take a look." Du Xiaofu looked around, his eyes shining with golden light. He just wanted to enter the divine temple to take a look. In the seats, everyone looked at each other. Such a young and peerless sovereign would undoubtedly become the human emperor. The divine temple is the most important holy land of the human race. Outsiders are not allowed to enter, the elder of the Yu clan said. The elder from the Yu family spoke. His body was surrounded by rays of light. It was like a rising sun, incomparably dazzling and carrying an ancient aura. The holy sanctum clearly states that outsiders are not allowed to enter. Du Xiaofu looked straight at the elder from the Yu clan. This person from the Yu clan was not a good person after all. He was probably going to stop him from entering the sacred hall. The elders in the seats looked at each other. The Sage Hall did not explicitly state that outsiders could not enter the Sage Hall. As long as they left their names on the list, they could enter the Sage Hall. The Sage Hall doesn't seem to have any written rules. I've already left my name on the list and acknowledged the human emperor's seal. Why can't I enter the Sage Hall? Du Xiaofu said. At this point, it would be a pity to give up on entering the Sage Hall. Young man, it's not that we're making things difficult for you. The holy sanctum also doesn't explicitly state that outsiders can enter the holy sanctum. The eyes of the old man from the Yu clan moved, and the light around his body fluctuated, shaking the void all around. His eyes were like two blazing suns competing with each other, incomparably terrifying, as he stared at Du Xiaofu. "You're purposely making things difficult for me." Du Xiaofu looked at the elder from the Yu clan. It was obvious that the elder from the Yu clan was purposely making things difficult for him. "Young man, you've got guts." The eyes of the elder from the Yu clan rippled, and his aura shook the void violently. Cracks spread across the square on the ground, and the sound of cracking could be heard. Many people were terrified, and they couldn't help but retreat, feeling a chill in their hearts. The pressure was so great that it was enough to make everyone's primordial spirits tremble, and they couldn't help but tremble. This kind of pressure also carried a kind of invisible force, and at this moment it was crushing Du Xiaofu's body. If it had been an ordinary cultivator at the early stage of the Saint Plane, they would have been trembling under this pressure, and they would have collapsed. Du Xiaofu's body carried the domineering will of the golden-winged giant Pring bird. In his mind, there were several bolts of spiritual thunder, spiritual roots, as well as the pressure from the mysterious ancient method. There was also the fluctuation of the imperial palace's draconic aura on his body, resisting the invisible, mighty pressure. Boom! At the same time, the Renhuang's seal in Du Xiaofu's bosom shone as if it couldn't be provoked. It channeled the light of the temple, and a mighty aura gathered in the void. Roar, golden light spread out, and there was a faint shadow of a golden dragon. The dragon's roar penetrated the void, and it was like a strange phenomenon in the sky. The pressure is too strong. At this moment, the pressure swept out, and the densely packed crowd below trembled. Some people couldn't help but kneel down and worship the void. This was an uncontrollable submission. This was the Renhuang's power, which came from the soul and bloodline. It was like the demonic beasts among the demonic beasts facing the supreme of the beast clan. They couldn't help but crawl, unconditionally reverence, and innate fear. There was no way to resist, unless they cultivated to a certain level and transformed themselves. He has completely gained the recognition of the Renhuang's seal. The Renhuang's seal is protecting its master. In the seats, an elder's eyes trembled. This was a supreme being who had completely gained the recognition of the Renhuang's seal. This scene also made the expression of the elder from the Yu clan change slightly. There's a way. The sage said that no matter who it is, as long as they can leave their name on the temple, they can become the Renhuang and can enter the temple. Feng Wanran said, his voice mighty. Leave your name on the temple. Hearing this, everyone's eyes revealed a strange look. Senior, what do you mean by leaving your name on the temple? Du Xiaofu was surprised. He had never heard of this before, so he asked Feng Wanran. In front of you is the temple, the holy land of the human clan. The temple itself is also the most precious treasure of the human clan. It was left behind by the sage of the human clan. Those who can leave their name on it are all supreme beings. No matter who it is, they can become the Renhuang and enter the temple. But from ancient times until now, it's hard to find one in 10,000 years. Until today, no one has been able to leave their name on the temple, Feng Wanran said with a sigh. Feng Wanran sighed. Those who were able to leave their names in the sacred hall were all peerless geniuses who shocked the past and dazzled the present. But such figures had not appeared in the human clan for a long time. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. Since ancient times, there were not many who could leave their name on the temple, which showed how difficult it was. Compared to the examination stone, it was probably much more difficult. In comparison, the list on the examination stone was probably just a child's game. Young man, you have to give it a try. If you can leave your name on the temple, you can enter the temple. Feng Wanran said, his eyes shining with anticipation. Then I'll give it a try. Du Xiaofu nodded. He was already in front of the temple. If he could not enter the temple, then everything he had done in this short period of time would have been wasted. If he could enter the temple, perhaps he could improve further. Young man, as you wish, you can leave your name on the temple. You can enter and leave the temple freely. But if you can't leave your name on the temple, you will be punished immediately for flouting the rules and killing the disciples of the human clan. The elder from the Yu clan said, his voice shaking the surroundings. It was as if thunder had appeared in the void, shaking some people until their faces turned pale and they covered their ears in shock. You still want to leave your name on the temple? Humph. The people from the Yu clan secretly sneered, their eyes gloomy. They understood the imperial ancestor's intention. He had no intention of letting that brat go. It was extremely difficult to leave one's name on the temple. Since ancient times there were not many who could succeed. Since ancient times, many geniuses of the human clan had won the title of peerless genius, but none of them could leave their name on the temple. Those who were able to leave their names on the sacred palace were all peerless sovereigns who shocked the ancient times and dazzled the contemporaries. No matter how strong that brat was, could he reach that level? What's so difficult about leaving my name on the temple? I'm definitely going to do it today. Du Xiaofu stepped into the void, his voice lingering, accompanied by the sound of thunder. It was domineering and filled with disdain, shaking the void. Such domineering and disdainful attitude made the human emperor, the yellow-robed elder, and many other elders secretly shocked. Such a young man, was he confident or arrogant? There was a world of difference between leaving one's name on the temple and the examination stone. In the small square in front of the temple, Lu Limo, the #1 hero, Jiang Yiting, Sun Qin, and the others were shocked. As the supreme leaders of the younger generation of the human clan, they did not dare to think too much about leaving their name on the temple. But at this moment, that young man was so confident. If a young man can leave his name on the temple today, I'll be relieved. The Yu clan elder said with a smile, his expression unchanged. His voice was vast and mighty. Invite the temple. Beside the human emperor, the yellow-robed elder's voice shook the void. Rumble, in an instant, the sacred hall shook and the ground trembled. The dazzling sacred hall dimmed in an instant. Immediately, the sacred hall that towered into the sky began to flicker with resplendent light. Pressure descended. Many phantoms appeared in the sacred hall amidst the torrential light. The grand and majestic sacred hall was like an ancient monument, ancient and profound. A total of 12 figures appeared on it, enveloped in light like suns, shining brilliantly and dazzling. They were only illusions, but the pressure they exuded was vast and mighty. It was much stronger than the pressure the Yu clan elder was exuding, but it was much gentler. Greetings, ancestor. When the dazzling shadows appeared on the majestic temple, the eyes of the figures from the various clans and forces in the seats fluctuated violently. The elders also knelt down to pay their respects, their eyes filled with awe and pride. They were the ancestors of the various clans and forces. They were the pride of the various clans and forces. They had shaken their respective generations. When those shadows appeared, even the human emperor had to bow his head. Du Xiaofu looked at the shadows that appeared on the temple. Their figures were majestic and peerless, bringing with them vast and mighty pressure. When one glanced at this illusory figure, one would feel as though a vast and mighty pressure was about to traverse space and arrive at them. His heart trembled. Du Xiaofu no longer dared to be careless. Those figures were just shadows, but he could feel that every one of them had shaken the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. They were all peerless sovereigns. Those who can leave their names on the temple are the ancestors of the various clans and forces. They had shaken their respective generations and led the human race to greater heights. In the square, an old man's eyes trembled as he knelt down to pay his respects. Those who could leave their names on the temple were the ancestors of the various clans and forces. It was because of their appearance that the human race was gradually able to compete with the Beast Alliance and gradually achieve glory. Chapter 2350. Du Xiaofu's gaze fell on the peak of the Divine Temple. There was an illusory figure there, surrounded by electric arcs. The light was also the most brilliant, as dazzling as the sun. However, everything was hazy and the void was also distorted. He couldn't see the figure's true appearance, and he couldn't see the distorted void. However, the pressure that emanated from it was above all the other figures. Why is everything so hazy? Du Xiaofu was surprised. He wanted to see through the most dazzling figure, but he realized that there was an invisible force blocking him. The pressure that emanated from it vaguely made him feel like he was being pulled in by something. However, this feeling disappeared in an instant. Over the years, there have been as many sovereigns who have wanted to leave their names on the Divine Temple. However, the number of people who have been able to leave their names on the Divine Temple can be counted on one hand. Those who have left their names on the Divine Temple have all shocked the world. Renhuang looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "You don't need to hide anything. Use your full strength on the Divine Temple, and the results will be shown." Du Xiaofu looked at the sacred hall and was shocked. From ancient times until now, strictly speaking, from the Dragon Phoenix calamity until now, only these dozen or so people had been able to leave their names on the sacred hall. Indeed, every one of them could be said to have an outstanding appearance. Everyone's eyes were now on the Divine Temple and Du Xiaofu, and their hearts were heavy. Since ancient times, only the ancestors of the various clans had been able to leave their names on the Divine Temple. Their talent was so shocking that it was unimaginable. They had also led the various clans to their current status. At this moment, could this young man catch up with the ancients and display his shocking brilliance in this era? Young man, the height of one's figure on the Divine Temple represents the height of one's potential. As long as you can leave your name on the Divine Temple, it will be considered a success. Only if you give it your all will there be hope. The woman from the Jiang clan said to Du Xiaofu. She obviously had a good impression of this young man. "Thank you, senior." Du Xiaofu paid his respects and looked at the Divine Temple. The height of the figures represented the height of one's talent. The blurry figure at the top was undoubtedly the strongest person since ancient times. However, for some reason, he couldn't see it clearly. The more Du Xiaofu looked at the blurry figure, the more he felt that there was some connection between him and the figure. Afterward, Du Xiaofu walked into the divine temple. Now that he was already in front of the sacred hall, he had to find a way to enter the sacred hall no matter what. Moreover, if he couldn't enter the sacred hall today, the old man from the Yu clan wouldn't let him off easily. Taking a few steps, Du Xiaofu arrived in front of the temple. The deep and ancient sacred hall gave off an incomparably majestic feeling. At this moment, the light was dim, and only the dozens of illusions left behind by the ancient and dazzling human experts gave off a resplendent light. Do I need to give my? Du Xiaofu whispered. He didn't want to reveal too much of his strength. He didn't want to fully display his strength in front of everyone. There's nothing to hide, Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. Since he had already come this far and fought with Yu Bol, it didn't make much of a difference whether he revealed his strength or not. Standing in front of the divine temple, Du Xiaofu focused. Du Xiaofu was looking forward to this test, but he was also nervous. Those who could leave their names on the divine temple sacred were all powerful people. He didn't know if he could compare to them. Everyone looked on in anticipation. Lin Feng, Lu Limo, and the others looked tense. Can he leave his name on the divine temple sacred grounds? Can he compare to those powerful ancestors? Such questions rose in the hearts of countless people, and they looked forward to it. The elder from the Yu clan also looked on quietly. His eyes were calm and no fluctuations could be seen. Lu Limo, Jiang Yiting, and Sun Qin's eyes froze, and their delicate hands clenched into fists. Before the divine temple sacred grounds, Du Xiaofu took a deep breath and began to calm his mind. He let go of everything, and electric arcs began to spread out from his body. Boom! In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed through the void. Du Xiaofu activated the Thunder Martial Vein and covered himself with the Azure Spirit Armor. The aura of the peak of the early stage of the Saint Realm filled the sky. Go! With a low roar, Du Xiaofu moved his arms. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and he directly punched at the divine temple sacred grounds in front of him. Such a punch was as powerful as thunder. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and it was overbearing. It was as if there was a purple-gold electric arc shuttling through the void, and the faint cry of a rock resounded in the void. When the punch landed on the divine temple sacred grounds, it immediately shook the majestic divine temple sacred grounds. Divine light shone brightly, and it resonated with the heavens and earth. Above the firmament, an endless light suddenly descended, drowning the entire divine temple and the vast holy city. What's going on? Everyone raised their heads in shock. The divine temple sacred grounds was shaken, and a strange phenomenon had descended. Look, a figure has appeared. Suddenly, someone couldn't help but exclaim. His voice was like thunder, and he was extremely excited and shocked. Everyone looked at the top of the divine temple sacred grounds. Beside the blurry figure, a bright purple-gold light appeared. Electric arcs flowed, and an illusory figure appeared. When they saw the illusory figure, everyone was dumbfounded. Oh my God, it's heaven-defying, heaven-defying! When they saw the figure that appeared, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. It was as if they had been struck by lightning. They were extremely shocked. At this moment, the illusory figure that stood side by side with the first blurry figure was none other than the Rock Emperor. At this moment, the Rock Emperor's illusory figure was surrounded by purple-gold lightning. It was dazzling and could compete with the blurry figure beside it. The two of them stood side by side, suppressing the ancient and dazzling illusory figures below. Rumble, heaven and earth rumbled as strange phenomena appeared. Brilliant light gushed out from the depths of the sky like divine splendor and enveloped the divine temple. At this moment, the entire divine temple sacred grounds seemed to have come alive. Light overflowed into the sky, and mysterious talismans flickered and filled the air with an ancient aura. Du Xiaofu was shrouded in strange phenomena like a sun in the sky. He seemed to have formed some kind of connection with the divine temple's sacred grounds, resonating with it and emitting the sound of wind and thunder. He's on the same level as the sage ancestor and suppressing the ancestors of the various races. Unbelievable! This rock emperor has appeared out of nowhere. He's a supreme being. Heaven-defying, too heaven-defying. He's a monster. At this moment, the experts and elders of the various major powers and families were trembling. It was too shocking. The Rock Emperor had actually suppressed so many ancient and dazzling figures and stood side by side with the mysterious sage ancestor. It was too inconceivable. No, how is this possible? It shouldn't be like this. Yu Jigong, Yu Tianzi, and the others shook their heads in disbelief. How could that brat be so abnormal? How could he be such a heaven-defying monster? This was not the result they wanted. It seems very special. He didn't just leave his name. Feng Wanran said in shock. The shock on his face was no less than anyone else's. He had seen something special. At this moment, the divine temple sacred grounds was very unusual. The Rock Emperor had not just left his name on it. He looked at the young man again. His body was shrouded in light as if he had merged with the divine temple's sacred grounds and heaven and earth. There was an invisible charm of heaven and earth. The divine temple is recovering. Rumor has it that even the ancestors of the various races didn't cause such a great reaction when they shook the divine temple's sacred grounds. The eyes of the Jiang family's woman were dazzling and her heart was shaken. It's him. The Rock Emperor has left his name in the divine temple's sacred grounds. He's destined to shock the world. On the square, everyone's hearts were beating wildly. Such a heaven-defying monster had appeared in the human race. He's destined to shock the world. Sun Qin's beautiful face revealed a smile. She finally knew why the Sun family had rejected her offer of marriage. At first, she thought that this guy was arrogant because he had some talent and strength. Only now did she know that she couldn't be compared to him at all. He was destined to shock the world and shock the world. Jiang Yiting's gaze was rather complicated. She had thought too much. That guy called the Demon King was not unworthy of her at all. Instead, it was the complete opposite. Such a supreme being made her feel that she could only look up to him for no reason. I missed it. I missed it. The Jiang family's woman then sighed bitterly and shook her head. When this young man had asked for Jiang Yiting, she had thought that this young man was still some distance away from being the #1 hero. She had never thought that it would be like this. If she had agreed at that time, she would have won this heaven-defying monster for the Jiang family. At this moment, the eyes of the old man from the Yu family could no longer remain calm. He had never thought that this young man would really leave his name in the divine temple's sacred grounds and suppress so many outstanding figures. Visions continued to appear in the divine temple's sacred grounds. The aura was vast and mighty, and the mysterious runes of the talismans intertwined brilliantly. That endless light fell on Du Xiaofu's body. Golden light filled the sky, and the roar of a dragon was heard. Boom! Suddenly, a vast wave swept through the entire sacred city, shaking the heavens and the earth, as well as the divine temple's sacred grounds. Dazzling green and red flames appeared in the distance, as if to destroy the heavens and the earth, as if to collapse and burn the firmament. The Baifeng Divine Bird Clan. In the seats, the yellow-robed old man next to the Renhuang exclaimed. That vast power was too shocking. It illuminated the heavens and the earth, as if a part of the world was collapsing. In just an instant, within the green and red flames that covered the sky, the flames were like divine light. A phantom of the Baifeng divine bird appeared, spreading its wings and hovering outside the sacred city. It was like a cloud in the sky, cutting the void. The void behind it collapsed inch by inch, turning into nothingness. Then, an old figure appeared in the phantom of the Baifeng divine bird. That figure seemed to be staggering, but at this moment, It was filled with a power that shook the heavens and the earth. The staggering figure sat cross-legged on the phantom of the Baifeng divine bird. Wind and thunder rumbled all around, as if a god had come in person. This is bad. The ancestor of the Baifeng divine bird clan one is here. In the seats, all the cultivators trembled. The Renhuang, Feng Wanran, the woman from the Jiang family, Yu Bol, the yellow-robed old man, and the others all looked extremely serious. Their aura instantly soared into the sky, vast and mighty. However, compared to the figure in the sacred city far away, there was a natural difference. Chapter 23:51. The patriarch of the Baifeng divine bird clan had appeared. Was the Beast Alliance going to attack the human race? Prepare for battle. Activate the Imperial Dragon aura on the yellow-robed elder fluctuated. He was shocked and solemn as he shouted. Don't act rashly. Wait. The human emperor pulled the yellow-robed elder back. At the same time, in the depths of the holy city, in the depths of the sacred palace, a bright light shone and a figure appeared. Roar. A dragon's roar resounded. Above the sacred palace, a huge golden dragon shadow was entrenched in the void. Half of its body could not be seen as it merged with the void. Its golden dragon eyes overlooked the world and its aura was boundless. On the golden dragon shadow, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. From afar, the figure looked very ancient. It was as if his head was above the sky and his eyes were like two suns. A figure like this, sitting cross-legged on the golden dragon phantom, seemed to fill up half of the sky in the holy city. His hair fluttered in the wind, as if there were small golden dragons shuttling back and forth in his hair. The figure was too powerful and shocking. He was filled with an ancient aura as if he had returned from ancient times. The old figure was like a saint in the human world. The human emperor's aura was vast and mighty. He was the leader of the human race. Greetings, ancient emperor. The human emperor bowed with respect in his eyes. Greetings, ancient emperor. Feng Wanran, the yellow-robed elder, Lu Limo, and everyone else present knelt down. The ancient emperor was the trump card of the human race. He protected the human race and intimidated the Beast Alliance. The ancient emperor came from the sacred palace and left his name on the sacred palace. He is still alive. Elder Lu's body trembled as he knelt on the ground. He could not help but tremble. He had heard some legends that the ancient emperor was still alive. He had created many legends of the human race and intimidated the entire Beast Alliance. Today, I didn't expect that there would be another world-shaking young man in the human race. Outside the holy city, the old lady of the Baifeng divine bird clan spoke. She was surrounded by green and red flames. Her back was a blur as if she was isolated from the void. This old lady looked like she had one foot in the grave, and her figure was staggering, but she was incomparably terrifying. She was a top-notch powerhouse in the Beast Alliance and an ancient member of the Baifeng divine bird clan. She had created many legends and countless human powerhouses had died in her hand. And now, the most ancient existence of the Baifeng divine bird clan had personally come to the holy city, which made everyone tremble. It was difficult for anyone to resist such a terrifying existence. You can't stop the rise of the human race. Leave. The ancient emperor, who was sitting cross-legged on the shadow of a golden dragon in the depths of the sacred palace, spoke. The golden dragon's shadow around him rippled and roared. This was a supreme being in the human world. He didn't fear the old ladies in the holy city. His voice spread throughout the holy city. With the emperor of the ancients here, there's no need to worry. An old man said to the trembling crowd. This ancient emperor was still alive. He had once fought against the Beast Alliance and killed countless beast race sovereigns, establishing a new era of glory for the human race. He was able to resist the ancient ancestor of the Baifeng divine bird clan. There seems to be a shocking commotion in the holy city. At this moment, inside the ancient desolate ominous ground, many experts outside were alarmed, especially those in the human territory. Creatures were frightened for no reason. At the holy city, rays of light overflowed into the sky with vast and mighty auras, causing the earth to tremble. There's a commotion over there. Something has happened. At this moment, in the vast fearsome grounds, a few unfamiliar figures appeared in the void and looked at a certain place in the depths of the firmament. There was an aura that seemed to have traveled through time and space. It was sensed by everyone, and they immediately looked over. I'm here. I don't want to leave. The old lady of the Baifeng Divine Bird Clan spoke again. The shadow of the Baifeng Divine Bird Clan that was sitting cross-legged became even more blazing. The blazing flames burned the surrounding firmament, and it was extremely terrifying. Her voice was faint, but it pierced through space and reverberated in the sacred palace. It shook the firmament and made countless people tremble with goosebumps. Then I have no choice but to ask you to leave. The ancient emperor's eyes were emotionless, and his voice was like a dragon's roar. A vast wave of energy swept out from the depths of the sacred palace, across space, and swept out of the holy city. You're still not enough. The old lady of the Baifeng Divine Bird Clan spoke, tit for tat. Similarly, an invisible wave of energy spread out. Rumble, the two waves of energy collided, causing the heavens and earth to tremble and the universe to reverse. Crack, crack, both inside and outside the holy city shook. Countless pitch-black cracks spread out into the distance. The mountains and rivers shook, and the galaxies surged. Such an invisible collision was so terrifying. It was like a collision between two spaces, and it caused all the Saint Stage experts present to be terrified. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. One was the ancient emperor of the human race, the other was the ancient ancestor of the Baifeng Divine Bird Clan. They were all peerless existences who had created glory and had their own myths and legends. This was a confrontation at the peak, and no one could interfere. You seem to have reached the end. The ancient emperor spoke again. His two sun-like eyes stared at the old lady of the Baifeng Divine Bird Clan outside the holy city. The world changes, the sun and the moon will come to an end. Aren't you the same? The old lady of the Baifeng Divine Bird Clan spoke. Her voice was like thunder, oppressing the heavens and causing the heavens and earth to rumble. As she spoke, a huge, blazing hand print of green and red crossed the void and appeared inside the holy city. It was like a mighty heavenly fire had descended, burning one's primordial spirit. It actually grabbed at Du Xiaofu, who was currently shrouded in light. She wants to deal with the peerless supreme of the human race. Someone exclaimed. It was no wonder that the expert of the Beast Alliance appeared directly in the holy city. She was attracted by the name of the Sage Hall and wanted to kill him. She wanted to kill the young supreme of the human race who was destined to shock the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. Everything will come to an end, so let's shine at the end. The ancient emperor moved. The shadow of a golden dragon appeared under the huge hand print. The emperor's aura shrouded everyone's heart, causing them to tremble. They could not help but kneel down and prostrate themselves. The two collided, causing the void to fluctuate. However, they disappeared without a trace. The hand print and the shadow of the golden dragon were both obliterated in the void. The final glory will be as brilliant as fireworks, illuminating the world. The old lady spoke. She stood up from her cross-legged position. The shadow of the Baifeng Divine Bird under her feet screeched and shook the heavens. Whoosh, the void fluctuated silently. A ray of green and red light appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. A terrifying, blazing aura swept out and drowned Du Xiaofu. It wanted to destroy everything. The surrounding void shattered silently and turned into nothingness. So it's you, kid. Then I'll give you another great opportunity. At the same time, the old lady's voice was transmitted into Du Xiaofu's ears. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was connected to the Sage Hall. However, he could clearly see everything that was happening in the outside world. The person who came was Du Xiaoqing's sister, the old lady of the Baifeng Divine Bird Clan. Boom! The aura in his arms rumbled and golden light shone brightly. At this moment, Du Xiaofu felt that the human emperor's seal in his arms had come to life. The light drowned everything and then destroyed everything. The light flashed in front of him, and he seemed to have fallen into a strange, pitch-black void. Be careful! At this moment, Lu Limo, Sun Qin, and the others in the small square exclaimed. The blazing green and red flames swept together silently and drowned Du Xiaofu, destroying the void. How dare you! The ancient emperor was enraged. His body glowed, and he stood up from the shadow of the golden dragon. Wisps of blood qi rose from his body and rushed out from the surface of his body. It shook the heavens and earth, sweeping in all directions and tearing the void apart. The scene made everyone tremble in fear. Today is not the day to be kind. Fight! The ancient emperor's voice was like a dragon's roar that resounded through the heavens and earth. His figure crossed the void and walked out of the sage city. Everywhere he passed, the void seemed to be unstable and about to collapse at any time. The shadow of the golden dragon followed closely behind. He's too strong. How strong is the ancient emperor? The experts present were also trembling in fear. What kind of power was this? The ancient emperor was so terrifying. Every move he made seemed to be reenacting the glory of the past. He had unparalleled divine power. Fight! The old lady of the Baifeng divine bird clan spoke. Her bright green and red eyes had some ripples. Her stumbling figure gradually faded. It was as if the shadow of the Baifeng divine bird under her feet had merged into one. The shadow of the Baifeng divine bird became more and more dazzling and solid. It spread its wings and covered the sky. The flames blurred the void. Come, let's go to a place where we can fight. The ancient emperor appeared outside the sage city. However, he went straight into the depths of the void. His figure gradually blurred and then disappeared completely. The huge Baifeng divine bird also disappeared into the void. It was as if it had merged into one with the void. The void returned to normal. The cracks on the ground had already healed. Everything returned to normal. Even the light on the sage palace had disappeared. The shadows left behind by the ancient and dazzling experts had also disappeared. The tense atmosphere enveloped the sage city. It was hard for people to regain their senses. Their bodies were still trembling. Everything returned to normal. It was as if nothing had happened. However, the oppressive atmosphere didn't dissipate for a long time. It was crushing everyone's heart. The Rock Emperor is also gone. Has he been killed? Someone spoke and broke the silence. The ancient emperor and the ancestor of the Baifeng divine bird clan had both disappeared. They seemed to be choosing a place to fight. However, the Rock Emperor had already disappeared. It was as if he had been killed in an instant. The Beast Alliance is so shameless. They came to kill the supreme of the human race. Despicable. The Beast Alliance is shameless. Despicable. Fury erupted from the crowd. Such a heaven-defying monster had been killed by a sneak attack from a Beast Alliance expert. How could this be? Lu Limo, Sun Qin, Feng Wanran, and many others had complicated looks in their eyes. The heavens are on our side. It's a pity that we can't kill him with our own hands. The people of the Yu family sneered. It was a pity that they couldn't kill him with their own hands. Human Emperor, the old man in the yellow robe, spoke to the Human Emperor. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. Let's disperse first. The Human Emperor's seal is no longer in my hands. I'm no longer the Human Emperor. The Human Emperor spoke with a solemn expression. Chapter 23:52. The old man from the Yu family looked at the sky calmly. His eyes were unmoving, but there was a profound look in them. The crowd in the square slowly dispersed, leaving in shock. It was late at night that they left completely. The Rock Emperor, the Demon King. Such a heaven-defying monster was born and left his name in the divine temple. He was destined to rise, but he was killed in the end. Everyone was regretful that such a heaven-defying sovereign was annihilated just like that. The Beast Alliance attacked like that. Are they going to start a war? Some people looked solemn. Although the Beast Alliance and the human race had always had small-scale conflicts, both sides had their own tacit understanding. But now, the Beast Alliance's experts had appeared in the Holy City and killed a heaven-defying young sovereign of the human race. Such a provocation meant that a war was about to begin. The Rock Emperor is said to be from the outside world. Where is he? Is there another place outside of this world? I heard that in ancient times this world was unimaginably vast. Later on, for some reason, this world was isolated. Since ancient times there have been two cracks, and there have been creatures from the outside who came in. However, a long time has passed, and not many people have come in, so it has been forgotten. Some people were discussing and knew some secret. The Holy City regained its peace, but the atmosphere was stifling. The Beast Alliance's experts had come to the human race's holy land and killed a sovereign of the human race. No one would be able to accept such an outcome. The major families were also very calm. After such a big incident, the fight for the Emperor's seal was not worth mentioning. He was supposed to be a peerless sovereign, but he was killed. Many experts sighed. The appearance of this young man called the Rock Emperor was destined to shock the world, but he was unfortunately killed. His figure was able to stand side by side with the mysterious sage. He is not simple. His talent is probably unprecedented. An expert spoke, sighing in admiration. The taller one was, the more powerful one's talent was. The great Pung Emperor was able to stand side by side with the previous saint. How shocking was this? It was something that had never been seen before. Ancestor, who is the ancestor? Some of the younger generation didn't understand. They didn't understand the silhouette at the top of the sacred palace. They had heard of it before, but they didn't know where it came from. It didn't seem to be an ancestor of the great clans. Rumor has it that he was an almighty being who once protected us during our most dangerous times. This sacred palace was also left behind by that sage. It has unfathomable power, the old man said. He knew very little about that saint ancestor and only knew some legends. The sage hall was grand and majestic. In the night, it was filled with radiance that illuminated the night sky. Human Emperor, is that young man dead? In the main hall, golden light fluctuated. The yellow-robed elder asked the human emperor with a solemn expression. I'm no longer the human sovereign. The human emperor's eyes shone brightly as he found it hard to remain calm. He said softly, the human emperor's seal is indestructible, but now I can't even sense it. How strange, the mountains and earth were vast like a fairyland. Towering mountains stood tall and majestic. Clouds and mist were faintly discernible, flowing with light and vibrant colors. This was the Yu clan. There were exotic flowers and herbs, spiritual birds and beasts, as well as vast and densely packed spiritual medicines. Imperial ancestor, is that brat completely dead? Yu Ming is dead. Damn it. In the main hall, Yu Jigong's face twitched. The descendant that the Yu clan had painstakingly raised was killed just like that. That was the hope of the Yu clan. Even I can't see clearly. The human emperor's seal is indestructible, and now its whereabouts are unknown. The eyes of the strongest elder of the Yu clan were glowing with golden light. He said, Yu Ming was not enough after all. It's a pity that his efforts were wasted. The elder didn't feel sorry for Yu Ming's loss. Instead, he felt sorry for the effort that had been wasted. For someone at his level of cultivation, he had seen countless descendants fall. Countless descendants had been exhausted in front of him, let alone those who had been separated by so many years. It wasn't that he was heartless, but that he had seen through many things. The world of mortals was turbulent, and everyone was but a speck of dust in this vast world. Only the strong could continue to transcend. Otherwise, no matter how dazzling they were, They were but fireflies competing with the moon in this world. Imperial ancestor, what should we do now? Yu Tianzi asked. Wait for the result. There should be results soon, the elder said. The old man spoke. His eyes narrowed and light flickered within them. 2 days later, the sky above the sacred city suddenly darkened. Drops of blood fell, dyeing the void red. Dragon roars reverberated, and strange phenomena appeared. After falling to the ground strangely, they disappeared again. That's blood rain. What happened? Everyone in the sacred city was shocked. No one knew what had caused this strange phenomenon. In the void above the Yu clan, the elder of the Yu clan raised his hand. A few drops of blood rain spread out in his palm and then extinguished. I'm running out of oil. I can't hold on for much longer, the elder murmured. There was a hint of a smile in his golden eyes. In the void, the golden light was dazzling. When the light appeared before Du Xiaofu's eyes, he had arrived here. The space was boundless, like a small world. The human emperor's seal hovered in front of Du Xiaofu, blooming with brilliant golden light. It was like the sun, fluctuating with the shadow of a dragon. Where am I? Du Xiaofu was confused. He didn't know where he was. He couldn't see it, and it was very mysterious. He only remembered that at the last moment, the old lady of the Bai Fong Divine Bird Clan, Du Xiaoqing's sister, made a move. Her voice echoed in his ears, saying that she had given him a great opportunity. After that, Du Xiaofu felt the fluctuations of the human emperor's seal, which brought him here. Looking at the human emperor's seal in front of him, it was the first time Du Xiaofu looked at it so carefully. It was only the size of a palm, crystal clear and very beautiful. Endless waves of the imperial palace's dragon qi, which was called the human emperor's qi in this place, was full of a mysterious aura. Auspicious light surged, pressing and covering this small world. The human emperor's seal spun, sprinkling light with strong qi. It fluctuated in front of Du Xiaofu. The light was like a waterfall, enveloping Du Xiaofu. There was also an invisible aura that seemed to resonate with Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu felt it and was shocked. As he breathed, he could feel the resonance with the human emperor's seal. He could even feel the mysterious aura. So strong! The dragon qi in the imperial palace was so strong and majestic that how could Du Xiaofu not be shocked? I understand. This is the inside of the human emperor's seal, and I'm inside. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu was wild with joy. He knew where he was. This was the world inside the human emperor's seal. From ancient times until now, the human emperor's seal had gathered the destiny of the entire human race. It was a terrifying treasure that formed an internal space, and now he was in this world. Great opportunity, I understand now. Du Xiaofu smiled. He finally knew the great opportunity that the old lady of the divine bird tribe of Bai Fong was talking about. It was probably the rich dragon qi in the imperial palace. As the emperor of the barren country, how could Du Xiaofu not know the benefits of the dragon qi in the imperial palace? He wanted to absorb some of the dragon qi in the imperial palace, but it needed to be majestic, which was not easy to do. At this moment, in the world inside the human emperor's seal, this was the place where the dragon qi in the imperial palace was the most concentrated. He could absorb it without hiding it. Although he did not know how the old lady of the divine bird tribe of Bai Fong got him into the world inside the human emperor's seal, Du Xiaofu knew that if he absorbed the majestic dragon qi in the imperial palace, he would definitely get a great opportunity. In a sense, the human emperor's seal had existed for a very long time. It had been worshipped by countless generations and gathered the faith of the entire human race. From ancient times until now, the dragon qi in the imperial palace was so majestic. Endless destiny had gathered in the human emperor's seal. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was inside the human emperor's seal. How could he not be excited and shocked? Absorb and refine. Maybe with this endless destiny as an opportunity, I can make further progress. Du Xiaofu's heart trembled. This emperor's seal was heaven-defying and was a supreme treasure. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there were strands of mysterious chi gathering in the void all around, bringing with them the aura of heaven and earth. If one were to guide them and refine them into one's body, it would be a great opportunity. Let's start. Du Xiaofu sat down cross-legged and began to refine the dragon chi in the imperial palace. He used the dragon chi in his body to resonate with the human emperor's seal and guide the dragon chi into his body. Boom! Suddenly, the human emperor's seal trembled and shone brighter. Kai Si spewed out endless light and covered Du Xiaofu's body. The faint shadow of a golden dragon appeared and circled around Du Xiaofu, making him look like a god. Too strong, Du Xiaofu's eyes shone. He felt an endless chi of heaven and earth enveloping him. It was as if he could kill a Saint Realm expert with just a wave of his hand. Gradually, Du Xiaofu became familiar with the process and guided the dragon chi into his body to refine. However, this kind of refining was not refining the dragon chi into celestial chi. Instead, it was guiding the dragon chi into his body to refine his body and nourish his soul. He would be blessed with the destiny and faith of the human race and obtain endless opportunities. Soon, Du Xiaofu was shrouded in golden light. The shadow of a golden dragon appeared around him. It was very mysterious. It was as if the emperor of the human world was hibernating. Once it came out, it would shake the world and illuminate the world. Rumble, in the outside world, at the entrance of the ancient desolate fearsome grounds, there were still rumbling sounds coming from time to time like endless thunder. Many creatures had already entered for a while, but there were still some old figures from the various forces that would occasionally appear in the distance. They were pinching their fingers and divining something. It seems to be weakening. Is this fearsome ground going to completely come out, or is it going to completely open? If this continues, I'm afraid it won't be long before all creatures can enter. Somewhere in the void, high up in the sky, there were red and blue lightning arcs moving. Master Huolei looked into the depths of the void and his eyes moved. Above the vast sea, there was a spatial crack in the depths of the void. There was an ancient and vast aura coming out from it. Deep in the mountains, it was quiet and bleak. This place was very hidden. Deep in the mountains, there were two figures sitting cross-legged. They were dazzling and their auras were vast. Upon closer inspection, the two figures were very young. They were a little girl and a little boy, but at that moment, the aura that was rippling out from the two young figures was incomparably terrifying. It was terrifying to the extreme. Boom! After an unknown amount of time, the little girl was wrapped in 7-colored divine flames and a terrifying pressure spread out. Bright, multicolored light spread out and turned into a beast that appeared in the void. This was a phoenix ant with 8 wings that looked like phoenix wings. It was ferocious and gave off a supreme aura. When this phoenix ant appeared, it caused lightning to flash and clouds to surge. This was a supreme phoenix ant. It was covered in 5-colored flames and gave off the supreme aura of the Phoenix clan. Its 8 wings were as thin as a cicada's wings, and its aura was extremely powerful. Black spatial cracks appeared in the void, and its aura rushed into the heavens. In an instant it had reached a new height. Boom! Not long after, not far away, the little boy's aura rushed into the heavens. Golden light fluctuated as lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. His aura seemed to have reached a new level. Half an hour later, the two auras calmed down and the light shrank. The little girl and the little boy opened their eyes. The little girl was very young. Her big, round eyes were full of spirit. There were 5-colored divine flames flickering in her eyes. Her aura had reached a new level. The little boy stood up and stretched. His body was tall and strong, giving off the feeling of a lion cub. At this moment, his face was ruddy, but he had a satisfied smile. A golden paper appeared in his hand. It looked like a page of a scripture. An ancient aura filled the air. He handed it to the little girl and said, "I have almost finished comprehending it. Do you want to learn a thing or two?" "Yes." These two little fellows were none other than Du Xiaoba and Du Xiaowang. These two little fellows had hidden themselves in the ancient, desolate, ominous grounds. Both of them had gained something, but their journey had been arduous. They had encountered many dangerous situations, and had almost lost their lives a few times. At this moment, if Du Xiaofu knew that these two little guys also sneaked into the ancient, desolate, ominous grounds, he would probably go crazy. This is a human item. It doesn't have much effect on me. I want to find the essence blood of a true phoenix. Du Xiaowang pouted. She didn't seem to have much interest in that page of scripture. She wanted to find the legendary essence blood of a true phoenix. That was the most valuable treasure for her. It's not easy to find the essence blood of a true phoenix. I don't know where Uncle Xiaofu, Master, and Uncle Xiaoyao are now. Du Xiaoba said. He had been in this ominous grounds for so long. After many dangerous situations, he also missed his family. It's better to hide from my father. Du Xiaowang clicked her tongue. She knew very well that if her father knew that she sneaked in, she would be punished. But immediately, a smile appeared on Du Xiaowang's face. She jumped up and said, "But it's better to find my father and sister Xingxing as soon as possible. I'll find some precious medicine to eat on the way. It would be even better if there are saint medicines to eat. Be careful. Wherever there are sacred medicines, there are dangers lurking around." Du Xiaoba rolled his eyes at Du Xiaowang and said, "We also need to find more precious medicines for Burly Du and Du Xiaowang. It's hard to find them outside. I've already left a lot for them. They can't eat much," Du Xiaowang said. But she did have some lingering fear. After sneaking in here, she knew that it was indeed extremely dangerous. She had already escaped from death several times. But the harvest was also extremely great. When she saw her father and sister Xingxing, it would be reasonable. Then, the two small figures continued to leave quietly, disappearing into the night. The night was dark and vast, giving off a bleak feeling. Broken mountains, cracked earth, ancient buildings buried in ruins, and huge skeletons of giant beasts appeared in the distance. The white bones were eerie, but they were gray without luster, revealing a sense of decline. The dark moon in the sky was dark red, as if it was dyed red with blood. This place was filled with a desolate aura. There was a whistling wind, faintly mixed with the roars of battle. It was inexplicably terrifying and soul-stirring. The walls of the mottled stone pavilion were shattered, leaving behind ruins. Dongli Qingqing stood quietly. Her eyebrows were like emerald feathers, her skin was like snow, and her hair was tied into a simple bun behind her head. Her clear and watery eyes looked at the dark moon in the void, murmuring, "Where are you?" Her words were faint, disappearing into the night sky. Then, her alluring figure flew away. Ancient land, blood moon, a desolate scene. A few ferocious demon beast corpses were scattered. Their blood showed a strange dark color, adding to the horror. A handsome young man stood there quietly. His white and fair face had a sharp curve to it. His beautiful lips were parted in a noble and elegant manner. Under his long and curly eyelashes, his eyes were as clear as morning dew and carried a faint charm. But at this moment, the young man's dark purple robe was stained with a lot of blood. Wiping the blood off his body, the young man soared into the sky. His figure moved, outlining a seductive arc, disappearing into the depths of the night sky. Time passed slowly, like sand that could not be grasped, quietly passing. Within the human race, the names of the Rock Emperor and the Demon King had already spread to every corner like a storm. But such heaven-defying supreme beings had been obliterated, making everyone furious. This was a great pity. In the Lin family village, the accompanying elders had already returned from the sacred palace, bringing back news that Lin Feng had become a supreme being and entered the Sun family. Because of their relationship, Lin Yao, Lin Pu, and the others could also stay in the sacred city. They could not enter the sacred palace, but they could cultivate in the Sun family. Supreme beings, the heavens have blessed our Lin family. The old village chief trembled with excitement, crying tears of joy. What a pity, Lord Rock Emperor! How hateful! The accompanying people were regretful and angry. They knew best that Lin Feng and the others could have such good fortune because of the Rock Emperor's help. Without the Rock Emperor, none of this would have happened. Set up a memorial tablet for Lord Rock Emperor. Without Lord Rock Emperor, our Lin family village would have long ceased to exist. Our Lin family's descendants will remember his kindness, the old village chief said, expressing his gratitude, wanting the Lin family's descendants to engrave it in their hearts. Boom! On a certain day, within the danger zone, a rumbling sound came from the heaven and earth. Chapter 23:53. Yucca commotion was extremely unusual. It was like endless thunder that shook the entire fearsome ground. In an instant, many figures appeared in the void. They pinched their fingers and divined with solemn expressions. It's from the heaven burial deathland. There's movement there again. Suddenly, an old man's expression changed. His eyes were filled with shock, and there were violent waves in them. Human clan, Yu clan. The figure of the Yu clan's elder, who was called the Imperial Ancestor, appeared in the void. He looked into the depths of the void, and his eyes were filled with golden light. He was shocked as he said, "The heaven burial deathland is moving at this time. Does it mean something?" In the ancient barren space, Ouyang Shuang sat cross-legged. She was surrounded by a light screen, and a vast aura slowly fluctuated from her body. After refining the sacred medicine and cultivating wholeheartedly in the ancient barren space, coupled with the invisible help of the mysterious object in her stomach, Ouyang Shuang had already reached a new level. Suddenly, for some reason, Ouyang Shuang, who was sitting cross-legged, opened her eyes. On her peerless face, her eyes were filled with dazzling light. She let out a soft cry and frowned, as if she was in extreme pain and discomfort. Goo Ouyang Shuang's lower abdomen glowed as if something was wriggling. It was similar to the movement before the ancient barren fearsome ground opened in the outside world, but this time, it was even more intense. In the mysterious space, the golden dragon's shadow circled. Du Xiaofu was shrouded in light and filled with a hazy dragon aura. Endless aura lingered around him, and his entire body was sparkling and translucent. He fluctuated with a mysterious power as if he carried the great fortune of heaven and earth. He exuded the aura of a holy emperor. At this moment Du Xiaofu's body, which was sitting cross-legged, was like a boulder. It was incomparably majestic, as if it could suppress heaven and earth. It gave people a sense of endless pressure that made their hearts tremble. Ao, the human emperor's seal released a golden divine light. It was unknown when, but it was spinning above Du Xiaofu's head, as if it was about to merge with Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged, was emitting waves of aura from his body. His aura was rising imperceptibly, and the power of his primordial spirit in his Naiwen palace was also increasing. This kind of aura fluctuation was very abnormal. It was enough to directly crush a cultivator of the same level. If there was an expert here at this moment to see this scene, it was unknown how shocked he would be. Du Xiaofu's Yuan spirit sat cross-legged on a purple 9-petaled lotus in the Naiwen palace of his mind. The imperial palace's dragon qi pulsed and nourished his Yuan spirit, causing his Yuan spirit to exude an ancient aura. It carried with it a domineering destructive aura, as well as the aura of the world. A vast and majestic aura swept out from Du Xiaofu's body at this moment. It was astonishing to the extreme and had been going on for a very long time. However, no one knew when it would stop. Time quietly flowed by. However, this kind of rising aura would eventually come to an end. Finally, Du Xiaofu's aura stagnated. Boom, the aura stagnated. The fluctuation of the aura seemed to have reached a bottleneck. However, it only lasted for a moment. After Du Xiaofu's aura stagnated, the majestic aura in his body finally erupted like a suppressed volcano. It could no longer be suppressed and began to erupt. It was as if a peerless, ferocious beast had awakened from within. Boom! As this aura erupted, a dazzling golden light suddenly shot into the sky like a bomb. It was as if the sun was soaring into the sky. Ao ao, the dragon's roar was endless. The void was turbulent, and the shadow of a golden dragon was galloping. Rumble within the space, accompanied by flashes of lightning and rumbling of thunder, in a short period of time, from behind Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged, there was an expanse of endless dazzling golden talisman secret markings that erupted like a waterfall. Gee! Boom! The golden talisman engravings were dazzling, and the golden light was boundless. They began to arrange and condense into a golden phantom of a five-fingered mountain and a golden-winged rock. Dense spiritual energy pervaded the air. The five-fingered mountain was nurtured, and a powerful aura of life began to grow. The pressure of the golden phantom of the five-fingered mountain made the entire space tremble violently. It was as if it wanted to suppress and destroy this space. Then, the talisman engravings began to change, and turned into a golden ape. The golden talisman engravings on the surface of its body evolved, and communicated with the heaven and earth. It gave people a feeling of supremacy. The golden-winged rock's phantom screeched and shook its wings. It was as if a real rock had descended. Rumble, the space was trembling. At the same time, a new aura was rising from Du Xiaofu's body. A wave of oppressive aura spread out. It was as if the conditions were right, and it broke through to the intermediate stage of the sage realm. With this majestic imperial dragon aura and the endless aura of the human race as an opportunity, Du Xiaofu finally broke through the initial stage of the sage realm, and stepped into the intermediate stage of the sage realm. The time it took Du Xiaofu to step into the intermediate stage of the sage realm was very short. If the people outside saw this scene, even if they were already numb, they would still be shocked. The gap between the sage realm was like a natural moat. Any sage realm expert had extraordinary talent, but if they wanted to take another step forward, they might not be able to do it even if they spent the rest of their lives. However, Du Xiaofu had broken through again in such a short time. This was too heaven-defying. After stepping into the intermediate stage of the sage realm, the golden-winged rock's phantom and the red-bone horse monkey's phantom both appeared. A dazzling lightning burst out from his body, and an invisible wave that shook the void swept out from his body like a hurricane. Rumble! Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the void. The lightning runes were resplendent, and the mighty sound of thunder didn't stop. The rock flapped its wings, the red-bone horse monkey roared, and the dragon roared. If Master Flamespark was here, he would definitely be dumbfounded. He had just stepped into the intermediate stage of the sage realm, but his aura was so terrifying that it far surpassed other cultivators of the same level. Vast and mighty energy of the world gathered and surged into Du Xiaofu's body like a storm. Du Xiaofu was breaking through. For some reason, his mind seemed to be filled with this part of the world. His mind saw everything. The holy city appeared vividly before his eyes, as well as the vast and boundless land. He could sense the auras of many experts. After a while, the shocking movement in the void slowly subsided. The red-bone horse monkey's phantom and the golden-winged rock's phantom disappeared, and everything returned to normal. Chi-Chi then, Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled a few times before he opened them. Purple-gold lightning flashed in his eyes, and the golden dragon's phantom circled around him. I broke through. Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled, and then it turned into a look of surprise. Finally, this trip was not in vain. He had already broken through to the intermediate stage of the sage realm before entering the sacred palace. Sensing everything in his body at this moment, Du Xiaofu clenched his fists tightly. If he met an opponent like Feng Jin or Yu Bol again, he would probably be able to easily kill him. It's very mysterious and vast. It's impossible to guess. What surprised Du Xiaofu even more was the changes in his soul and body. Under the nourishment of the majestic imperial palace's dragon chi, they transformed again. They were enveloped by the aura and the momentum. They were mysterious, vast, and unfathomable. Could it be? I've completely integrated with this human emperor's seal. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's expression changed. He was very surprised as he looked at the human emperor's seal that was circling in front of him. At this moment, he was invisibly connected to it. Thinking of the scene just now, when he saw the vast land and everything was in his mind's eye, Du Xiaofu was surprised. At this moment, the human emperor's seal gave him the feeling of a tyrant's shadow. Soon, Du Xiaofu was very sure that he had indeed integrated with the human emperor's seal. Originally, Du Xiaofu only wanted to refine some of the imperial palace's dragon chi, hoping to find an opportunity to advance further. He had not thought of refining this human emperor's seal at all. However, the result now was that he had completely refined the human emperor's seal. Phew, a mouthful of turbid air was exhaled from his throat. The aura shook the surroundings and lifted his robes. Du Xiaofu looked a little dazed. Refining the human emperor's seal was originally a great thing. Others who were afraid of death couldn't ask for it. What kind of heaven-defying opportunity was this? However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu felt a little helpless. He couldn't stay here and become the new emperor. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's expression changed. He looked ahead and merged with the human emperor's seal. He felt something strange. A variable. I didn't expect such a variable to appear. A drawn-out voice sounded, and an extremely illusory old figure appeared in this space. He looked old, but his eyes were like the sun, and his body was also fluctuating with the imperial palace's dragon chi. It's him, the ancient emperor. Du Xiaofu recognized this old man. It was the ancient emperor. Before entering the space inside the human emperor's seal, he saw the ancient emperor fighting with the old lady of the Bai Fong divine bird clan. His strength was probably on par with Huolei Laozu. Young man, there's no need to be surprised. I don't mean any harm. This is inside the human emperor's seal. If I hadn't been a human emperor, I wouldn't have been able to enter. The ancient emperor smiled faintly and looked at Du Xiaofu. This was inside the human emperor's seal. If he hadn't cultivated to his current level and been a human emperor, he wouldn't have been able to enter. Even so, his body couldn't enter. He could only reveal a trace of his primordial spirit. Looking at Du Xiaofu, the ancient emperor's eyes flickered. He was shocked and said, I didn't expect to see such a genius in my lifetime. This life has not been wasted. The human race will prosper in your hands in the future. Senior Ancient Emperor, Du Xiaofu said and heaved a sigh of relief. However, he still had his guard up. There's no need to say more. Since ancient times, you're the first person to completely refine the human emperor's seal. Who else can take the position of the human emperor other than you? The ancient emperor smiled, but his eyes were filled with shock. Yi Futian couldn't escape his prying eyes. The human emperor's seal had been completely refined. Since ancient times, many human emperors had tried their best but failed. Now, someone had succeeded. The first person to refine the human emperor's seal, Du Xiaofu was shocked when he heard this. Was it so difficult to refine the human emperor's seal? It didn't seem difficult for him to refine it unintentionally. The human emperor's seal has a mysterious origin. It was left behind by the ancient sage. It gathers the fate of the human race and is worshipped by the human race. It's extremely difficult to completely merge with it. No human emperor has succeeded. The ancient emperor looked at Du Xiaofu and said, But you've succeeded. You've completely refined the human emperor's seal and become the first person to do so. There must be a big secret on you. Since you're from the outer world, you must have a big background. Senior, I can return the human emperor's seal. I'm from the outer world and don't want to stay here to become the new emperor. I still have things to do. Du Xiaofu shook his head. He couldn't stay here to become the new emperor. You've already refined the human emperor's seal. How are you going to return it? The ancient emperor smiled, but he was a little surprised. The human emperor's seal was a supreme treasure. Even the position of the human emperor couldn't keep him here. He continued, the human emperor's seal chose you. There must be a reason. This is the will of the heavens. No one can stop it. You may become the new emperor, but you don't have to stay here forever. There might be a way. Du Xiaofu frowned. He had already refined the human emperor's seal. He didn't know how to return it. If he completely cut off the connection with it, he would be injured. I'm from the outer world. Can I also become the new emperor? Du Xiaofu looked at the ancient emperor and asked. You're from the outer world, but you're also part of the human tribe. The human emperor's seal chose you. It's an opportunity and also a responsibility. For the entire human tribe here, you have no other choice, the ancient emperor said. I can't stay here. There are too many things I need to do. There's not much time left. The Great Tribulation was coming. Although he had broken through again, Du Xiaofu knew that his strength was far from enough to fight against the devil religion. He couldn't stop the Great Tribulation. Everything is the will of the heavens. It's a variable and also a destiny. If you really don't want to become the new emperor, you can wait until you've thought it through. It won't be too late to make a decision then. The ancient emperor looked at Du Xiaofu and said, How can I wait? Du Xiaofu asked. Go to the burial dead ground. There's already movement there. It's about to open again, the ancient emperor said. Burial dead ground? What kind of place is that? Du Xiaofu asked. When he heard the words burial dead ground, his heart trembled. He felt an inexplicable throbbing in his heart. It's the most mysterious place here. It's rumored that in ancient times, a part of the world was buried there. Many Saint Realm experts entered, but they never returned. It's a dangerous place, but some people have obtained great opportunities. There's the blood essence of dragons and phoenixes. It's also rumored that there used to be supreme beasts like dragons and phoenixes. There are also some extremely heaven-defying races left behind by their ancestors. Those races weren't much weaker than the dragons and phoenixes. It's a great opportunity. The ancient emperor's figure seemed to become more and more illusory. He continued, Many creatures from the outer world have already entered. This is no longer a secret. There's movement in the burial dead ground. I'm afraid everyone's attention has been drawn there. Many people from the outer world are here for the burial dead ground. People from the outer world are also going to the burial dead ground? Du Xiaofu asked. If that's the case, then little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, big brother Zhen Qingchun, and the others might also be heading there. The stronger one is, the more they can sense the movement in the burial dead ground. Those from the outer world shouldn't be weak. Naturally, they'll be attracted there. The experts from the Beast Alliance won't be left behind. Many experts from the human race have already set off. The ancient emperor's voice sounded leisurely as he informed Du Xiaofu. Where's the burial dead ground? Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. If that's the case, little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, his drunkard father, and his younger sister Xiaojing should all be heading to the burial dead ground to meet him. If the blood essence of dragons and phoenixes and supreme beasts were really there, he'd have to fight for it. It's a little far. The journey is dangerous. It's difficult for ordinary people to cross. The ancient emperor told Du Xiaofu the location of the burial dead ground. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to cross such a distance, let alone the dangers along the way. Therefore, those who could head to the burial dead ground were all exceptionally strong. You can go to the burial dead ground first. Perhaps you'll find some opportunities there. However, you can't take the human emperor's seal with you. You can decide if you want to shoulder the responsibility of the entire human race after you've thought it through, the ancient emperor said. Du Xiaofu fell into deep thought. Then, he looked up at the ancient emperor and asked, Senior, what's the result of your battle with the ancestor of the divine bird clan of the Baifeng? I know that you've been to the Beast Alliance before. You seem to have some connection with the divine bird clan of the Baifeng. The ancient emperor smiled faintly and said, You'll know the result of our battle in the future. There are some things that you'll know when you're willing to become the human emperor. If you want to go to the burial dead ground, I'll help you leave. As soon as he finished speaking, the ancient emperor's silhouette disappeared completely from the space within the human emperor's seal. Du Xiaofu bowed deeply at the place where the ancient emperor's silhouette disappeared. He was also surprised. The human race was indeed not simple. Not long ago, through the human emperor's seal, he sensed that there were many hidden experts among the human race in the fearsome ground. Burial dead ground. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. He had originally planned to enter the Sage Palace to take a look at what the human race's ancestors had left behind. However, it seemed like he had no choice but to go to the burial dead ground first. If everyone was attracted to the burial dead ground, then the people of the barren country would definitely encounter the devil religion, legalism, dragons, and others. Du Xiaofu was a little worried. Boom! In the sacred city, the ground suddenly shook. Dazzling golden light pierced through the void. At the peak of the Sage Palace, a golden dragon was in the sky, roaring. Accompanied by the dragon's roar, it was as deafening as thunder. The human emperor's seal. The human emperor's seal has appeared. The human emperor's seal is indeed indestructible. It has appeared again. Exclamations were heard. In the sacred city, figures knelt down. It was the human emperor's seal. It was filled with the power of heaven and earth, shooting straight to the 9 levels of heaven. The human emperor's seal is fine. Is the rock emperor still alive? Someone whispered. The human emperor's seal had appeared and was indestructible. However, there was no sign of the rock emperor. In the depths of the Sage Palace, the ancient emperor's silhouette appeared quietly. He looked into the void and frowned. He whispered, I hope that I can protect you for a while longer. You have to come back and become the human emperor. This is your responsibility. The commotion in the burial dead ground spread throughout the ancient barren fearsome ground. Experts from the human race and the Beast Alliance came out together and headed towards the burial dead ground. It was said that the burial dead ground contained the blood essence of real dragons and real phoenixes, as well as the supreme beast powers of real dragons and real phoenixes. There were also countless opportunities. Some people had even obtained them before. The temptation was irresistible to cultivators. Chapter 23:54. Whoosh whoosh, the entire fearsome ground was stirred up. Many figures flew out from various places and headed for the heaven burial deathland at lightning speed. Large groups of people flew across the sky. Within the Beast Alliance's territory, a large number of figures continued to fly out. Whooshing sounds could be heard as batches of demon beast powerhouses from various clans flew across the sky. Their target was the heaven burial deathland. It was rumored that the true dragon and true phoenix blood essence and supreme beast energy were left in the heaven burial deathland. To demonic beasts, the temptation was undoubtedly greater. As the news of the heaven burial deathland spread, the entire fearsome ground was in an uproar. Outside the holy city, Du Xiaofu appeared silently without alerting anyone. He appeared on a deserted mountain peak and summoned the ancient desolate space in his mud-pill palace. He also summoned Ouyang Shuang, Dai Xingyu, Qing Luan, Shao Qing, and the demonic ape who were in his mud-pill palace. Ouyang Shuang, Dai Xingyu, and the others had already seen the demonic ape in the ancient desolate space, so they were not surprised. Ouyang Shuang and the others were not surprised by the demonic ape's submission. Back then, they had also subdued the sky moon poisonous spider and the wild venomous eagle. It's moving again. It's very violent, as if it's being pulled. Where is it coming from? Ouyang Shuang pointed at a certain place and told Du Xiaofu. The mysterious object in his stomach was moving again, more violently than before, as if it was being pulled by something. Heaven burial deathland. Following Ouyang Shuang's gaze, Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. He knew from the ancient emperor that it was the direction of the heaven burial deathland. Could it be that the mysterious object is related to the heaven burial deathland? Du Xiaofu frowned, but then he was puzzled. Back then, the mysterious Yellowstone was obtained in the Tianhuang continent, but now he was in the ancient desolate fearsome ground of the ancient desolate continent. Moreover, only 2 cracks had appeared in the ancient desolate fearsome ground since the Dragon Phoenix tribulation. The previous one was the heaven burial deathland. The mysterious Yellowstone could not be related to the heaven burial deathland. I can feel life. It seems to be coming to life. Ouyang Shuang frowned slightly. Her cheeks were a little rosy, and she was a little embarrassed. For the past few days, there had been no movement from the mysterious stone in her stomach, but it gave her a feeling as if it was alive, as if she was pregnant for 10 months and was about to give birth. Du Xiaofu frowned when he heard this. He formed a seal with his hands and radiated light as he checked the changes in Ouyang Shuang's abdomen. However, Du Xiaofu's expression froze. There was no reaction from Ouyang Shuang's stomach. Even his primordial spirit could not detect any movement. It has already calmed down. In the past few days, my cultivation has increased quite a bit thanks to it. There was a bitter smile on Ouyang Shuang's beautiful face. These days, because of the mysterious stone, her cultivation had increased a lot. She was about to break through again. How mysterious! Du Xiaofu was also helpless. Even Huolei Laozu was helpless. I can feel that it has no ill intentions. Ouyang Shuang stroked her slightly bulging stomach. This was the change in the past few days. For no reason, there was an indescribable feeling in her heart. It was as if there was some kind of inexplicable connection between them. This connection made Ouyang Shuang feel that no matter what the mysterious stone was, it did not have any ill intentions towards her. In fact, it was very close to her. Du Xiaofu shrugged. There was nothing he could do. He hoped that the mysterious stone did not have any ill intentions. Back then, when the mysterious stone was in his mud pill palace, it gave him the same feeling. Thinking of this, Du Xiaofu relaxed a little. Later, Du Xiaofu, Ouyang Shuang, Dai Xingyu, and the others talked about the sky burial wasteland. What they knew was from the Emperor of the Ancients. Master, the sky burial wasteland is very mysterious. Even Saint Realm cultivators do not dare to enter it easily. It is said that since ancient times, there have been 2 disturbances in the depths of the sky burial wasteland. In those 2 disturbances, many creatures have gained something. It is said that supreme treasures have appeared. Some people have obtained the blood essence of true dragons and phoenixes. However, even more experts have died and been buried there forever. As Pai Yuan spoke, he turned into a muscular middle-aged man. His eyes were bright, and he gave off an inexplicable feeling of ferocity. How much do you know about the sky burial wasteland? Du Xiaofu had forgotten about Pai Yuan. With Pai Yuan's cultivation level, he should know something about the sky burial wasteland. The more he knew, the more confident he would be when the time came. Pai Yuan told Du Xiaofu everything he knew. He did not hide anything. The sky burial wasteland had always existed in the depths of the fearsome wasteland. However, it was usually very quiet. Creatures would often enter it in search of opportunities. However, almost all of the creatures who entered it died. Even Saint Realm cultivators would end up like this. Over time, the sky burial wasteland became a taboo in the fearsome wasteland. No creature dared to enter it. It was a dead end. However, there was a rumor in the world that when there was a disturbance in the sky burial wasteland, there would be vitality and countless supreme treasures. Once, someone entered the sky burial wasteland and brought out the blood essence of true dragons and phoenixes. Someone even brought out an archaic saint weapon. Legend has it that in the sky burial wasteland, there is not only the blood essence of true dragons and phoenixes, but also the world's greatest secret. Once it appears, it will shake the world. Pai Yuan said. This was the legend he had heard. The sky burial wasteland, the world's greatest secret, is buried there. Du Xiaofu looked up. There was no such thing as a groundless rumor in the world. The ancient emperor also said that the sky burial wasteland was the most mysterious place in the fearsome wasteland. It seemed that the sky burial wasteland was not simple. There must be a great secret buried there. There is a disturbance in the sky burial wasteland that has attracted everyone. Little Xingxing, Xiaojing, Little Demon, and the others should be there too. Ouyang Shuang said. She had been in the fearsome wasteland for so long and was worried about Little Xingxing and the others. There had been no news of them for a long time. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be there. Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. It had been a long time since they separated. He wondered how Little Demon, Little Xingxing, Xiaojing, and the drunkard father were doing. Be careful. We will go to the sky burial wasteland first. Du Xiaofu said to Ouyang Shuang, Dai Xingyu, Qing Luan, and Xiao Qing. If the sky burial wasteland was as rumored, it would probably attract people from the devil religion, legalism, dragons, school of vertical and horizontal, school of famous, and others. Recently, they had some grudges with the Yu family and some forces in the Beast Alliance. They had to be careful. Swoosh, swoosh, several figures broke through the sky and headed for the sky burial wasteland. Everyone was extremely fast. Even Qing Luan, who had the lowest cultivation, was not slow. Du Xiaofu had some expectations for the sky burial wasteland. Although he had stepped into the intermediate sage realm, his strength was far from enough to contend with the devil religion. If he wanted to continue to make a breakthrough in a short period of time, he could only look for the spiritual thunderbolts that were lost in the world or look for great opportunities. It was unlikely that he could find any great opportunities in the outside world. However, there were great opportunities in the sky burial wasteland. If he could find some great opportunities, he would be able to increase his strength by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. If he could step into the advanced sage realm, Du Xiaofu reckoned that he would not be afraid of the demon emperors from the devil religion. Moreover, Du Xiaofu had already reached the middle stage of the sage realm and the demon emperors couldn't enter the fearsome ground. Hence, he had a rough understanding of the experts in the Beast Alliance and the Human Clan. Although there were many hidden experts in the Beast Alliance and the Human Clan, Du Xiaofu could more or less put up a fight with them with his current cultivation of the middle stage of the Sage Realm and his trump cards. Let's go to the sky burial wasteland first, and then go out to look for the spiritual thunderbolts that were lost in the world. Du Xiaofu made a decision. If he could gain something in the sky burial wasteland and then go out to look for the spiritual thunderbolts that were lost in the world, he would then have the strength to contend with the devil religion. The demon god was his strongest opponent. The time left for him was getting less and less. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's mind trembled. His primordial spirit immediately peeped into the Qiankuan bag in his arms. It was the Qiankuan bag that the Supreme Elder of Ling Yu had given to him when Tianwu Academy was massacred by the Divine Light Court. Before the crack at the entrance of the ancient wasteland, the Qiankuan bag reacted for a moment and then returned to dead silence. Just a moment ago, Du Xiaofu seemed to have sensed some movement from the Qiankuan bag. However, the movement disappeared in an instant. Very strange. Du Xiaofu fell into deep thought. The Qiankuan bag was very mysterious. He had obtained it from the great elder of the academy. The ancestors of Tianwu Academy had long predicted that if Tianwu Academy were to face a great calamity one day, it would definitely be because of the item in the Qiankuan bag. The item in the Qiankuan bag was also related to the rise of Tianwu Academy. However, the ancestors of Tianwu Academy had placed a seal on the Qiankuan bag. Only fated people could open it. As for what was inside the Qiankuan bag, no one knew. Over the years, the Qiankuan bag had been in Du Xiaofu's possession. Du Xiaofu also remembered Great Elder Ling Yu's words and did not let the Qiankuan bag fall into the hands of anyone else. After sensing the movement from the Qiankuan bag, and realizing that he had made another breakthrough, Du Xiaofu wanted to try again to see if he could discover anything. But soon after, Du Xiaofu gave up. He tried to probe the Qiankuan bag with the strength of his Yuan spirit, but it was as though he had thrown a stone into the ocean. He was unable to find out what was inside the Qiankuan bag. I wonder when I will be able to unravel the secret of the Qiankuan bag. Du Xiaofu sighed to himself and withdrew the power of his primordial spirit. Just now, he had clearly felt some fluctuations in the Qiankuan bag, which had been quiet all this while. However, there was still no result. It seemed that he could only wait for an opportunity to find out what was in the Qiankuan bag. Du Xiaofu had a special feeling for Tianwu Academy. If he could unravel the secret of the Qiankuan bag one day and allow Tianwu Academy to truly rise, he would not let down the great elder and the vice principal's dying wishes. They continued on their way, breaking through the air. With Du Xiaofu's level of cultivation, they avoided some people along the way. They didn't want to attract any attention or trouble, so there was no one to stop them. Their speed was extremely fast. Along the way, Du Xiaofu told Ouyang Shuang and the others about the general situation in the Beast Alliance and the human race. Ouyang Shuang, Dai Xingyu, Pai Yuan, and the others were all stunned. They did not expect so many things to happen in the past few days. But to Du Xiaofu, he was extremely happy. This trip was not in vain, and he had gained a lot. But Du Xiaofu also had some regret. He originally wanted to enter the sacred hall and comprehend the things left behind by the human race's ancestors. He hoped that he would be able to gain some enlightenment, but he did not expect that he would fail to enter the sacred hall because of the human emperor's seal's breakthrough. If there's a chance, I should return to the sacred hall again, Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. Since ancient times, there had been many outstanding figures in the human race. Most of the things they left behind should be in the sacred hall. If he could comprehend them, he would definitely gain something. But if he returned to the sacred hall, Du Xiaofu would have to be wary of the old man from the Yu family. That old man's strength was not inferior to the Snow Palace's master, Snow Ancestor, Beiluan Bingchen. Although he had broken through to the middle stage Saint Realm this time, Du Xiaofu also felt that with his current strength, he would not be able to defeat the Yu family's imperial ancestor even if he used all his strength. Little Yu's original WeChat account password was unfortunately lost, so he applied for a new one. The WeChat account name is Yu Feng. Readers, please add me. I will post some news related to the book from time to time. Thank you. Mountains stretched across, and the lush greenery in front gradually disappeared. It returned to the bleak and desolate atmosphere of most places in the fearsome lands. The sky was dark, as if it was covered by a thick layer of dark clouds. It was gray, and a murderous aura filled the void. Master, there's movement. Suddenly, Pai Yuan's figure stopped in the void. His eyes glowed as he looked to his left. What's wrong? Du Xiaofu asked. At the same time, he used his mind to probe. There were only a few venerable realm experts 100 miles away, and they were heading towards the Heaven Burial Wasteland. There was nothing special about them. It's Lai Diao's signal. He's nearby. He should have found Fei Yu, Pai Yuan said. This was the way they had agreed to contact each other. Once they found Fei Yu and Du Xiaofu, they would immediately send a message. Lai Diao. Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly flashed. When he first entered this fearsome lands, he was attacked by Pai Yuan and Lai Diao. Now, Pai Yuan was subdued and laid down the blood soul seal, but Lai Diao was still looking for him. Is Lei Yang nearby? Du Xiaofu asked. According to Pai Yuan, Bing Toad, Di Lang, and Lei Yang were together with Lai Diao. The strongest among them was a beast race expert called Lei Yang, who was at the late stage of the Sage Realm. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but be somewhat afraid. After all, he had just stepped into the intermediate stage of the Sage Realm. If he couldn't beat Lei Yang, the consequences would be somewhat troublesome. I can't be sure. Lai Diao has released a message. I estimate that Lei Yang and the others shouldn't be far from here, Pai Yuan said. He could only be sure if Lai Diao and the others had released the message. Therefore, he could only be sure that Lai Diao was nearby, but he couldn't be sure if Lei Yang was also nearby. Du Xiaofu's figure stopped, and he lowered his head to ponder. According to the original agreement between Pai Yuan and Lei Yang, they would immediately release the message to surround him and Fei Yu. However, Pai Yuan was with him at this moment. Therefore, Lai Diao should have discovered the news of Fei Yu. The mysterious broken bone he had obtained seemed to contain a great secret. If he could find Fei Yu, he might be able to learn the secret contained in it. At least, he would be able to learn some of its origins. However, Du Xiaofu reckoned that if he were to chase after Lai Diao, and Bing Toad, there wouldn't be any problem. However, he was afraid that he would encounter Lei Yang. That would be troublesome. However, Du Xiaofu was somewhat unwilling to let go of the news of Fei Yu. Lei Yang, Lai Diao, and the others should be separated if they discover two pieces of news at the same time. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu seemed to have thought of something. His eyes flickered. Master, should we chase after them? Pai Yuan asked while looking at Du Xiaofu's expression. It's not good to chase after them. I'm afraid we'll have to take a gamble. The corners of Du Xiaofu's mouth raised slightly as his expression turned serious. He thought of a plan, but this plan was undoubtedly quite risky. Master, are we going to avoid Lai Diao and the others? Pai Yuan was puzzled. According to its thoughts, the half-broken bone was in its master's body, and its master didn't know its origins. He should also want to find Fei Yu, so why didn't he chase after them? The one we have to avoid is not Lai Diao, but Lei Yang. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. With his current cultivation, Lai Diao, Bing Toad, and Pai Yuan's cultivation were about the same. Lai Diao was only at the middle stage of the Saint Beast realm, so he was far from being able to compare to Feng Jin. There was nothing to worry about. If he encountered them, he would be able to deal with them directly. However, Lei Yang was different. With its cultivation at the late stage of the Saint Beast realm, Du Xiaofu had no choice but to avoid it. Seeing Du Xiaofu's slightly serious expression, as if he was worried about something, Ouyang Shuang asked, "What's going on?" Du Xiaofu told Ouyang Shuang and Dai Xingyu the general situation. When he subdued Pai Yuan, Ouyang Shuang, Dai Xingyu, Qing Luan, and Xiao Qing were in the desolate ancient space and didn't know what had happened. So that's how it is. That Lei Yang is a terrifying enemy. It's better to avoid it. Ouyang Shuang knew what the late stage of the Saint Beast realm meant and clicked her tongue. That's not necessary. This is also an opportunity. Otherwise, we will encounter it sooner or later. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. Not to mention that he had to find Fei Yu, even if he wanted to avoid Lei Yang. He wouldn't be able to avoid it for long. Lei Yang and the others would definitely go to the Heaven Burial Wasteland. It was likely that Fei Yu also wanted to go to the Heaven Burial Wasteland, which was why it was discovered by Lai Diao on the way. And if he encountered Lei Yang and the others in the Heaven Burial Wasteland, he wouldn't be able to avoid it. Brother Xiaofu, do you have a way to deal with Lei Yang? Dai Xingyu's eyes were like stars and as clear as water as she stared at Du Xiaofu. She was very confident in him. What can I do? I'm just taking a gamble. If I win, I can at least weaken their strength. Du Xiaofu smiled helplessly. He had a plan that he needed to take a gamble on. If he won, he could at least weaken the strength around Lei Yang. Chapter 23:55. What if we lose the bet? Ouyang Shuang looked at Du Xiaofu and asked. Du Xiaofu smiled embarrassedly and said, "If we lose the bet, everyone can run as fast as they can." Hearing this, Dai Xingyu, Ouyang Shuang, Qing Luan and Xiao Qing rolled their eyes at Du Xiaofu speechlessly. After a while, Du Xiaofu had Ouyang Shuang, Dai Xingyu, Qing Luan, and Xiao Qing stand in the distance. Hand seals were formed in his hands, and rays of light surged out, turning into talisman runes that flew out and sank into the ground before disappearing into the void. Sister Xingyu, what is Brother Xiaofu doing? It doesn't look like he is setting up a formation. Qingluan Xiaoqing looked at Du Xiaofu and was surprised. It didn't look like he was setting up a formation, nor did it look like he was setting up a seal. It was very strange. I don't know either. Dai Xingyu was also very surprised at this moment. As a talisman master, she also didn't know what Du Xiaofu was doing at this moment, but she could see that it was very mysterious. After a while, Du Xiaofu retracted his hand seals and the rays of light disappeared. He stepped into the void and a slight smile appeared on his face. Black Ape, send out the news. Next, it will depend on luck. Du Xiaofu said to Black Ape beside him, also a little nervous. Yes, master. Black Ape nodded. Rays of light quietly overflowed from his hand and dissipated into the void. Looking into the distance, Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered with some anticipation. If the unfortunate one was Lei Yang, there was nothing to be afraid of. At least he could test himself. What is Brother Xiaofu doing? Qingluan looked at Du Xiaofu and Black Ape from afar and was very puzzled. She didn't know what he was trying to do mysteriously. Ouyang Shuang faintly smiled as she looked at the tall and straight figure in the distance. Her red lips slightly parted as she opened her mouth to speak. He let the demonic ape spread the news and purposely exposed himself. When the time comes, Lei Yang and the others will definitely split up to help. If the ones who come to help the demonic ape are Groundwolf and Ice Toad, then they can be dealt with directly. So that's how it is. Brother Xiaofu is really treacherous. Qingluan and Xiaoqing clicked their tongues. That fellow looked so righteous, yet they didn't expect him to be so treacherous. He was basically inviting them into a trap. What if it's the Thunder Goat? Qingluan Xiaoqing raised her brows. She had just heard that the Thunder Goat was a saint beast late stage. Then let's run while it's still early. Dai Xingyu smiled faintly. Du Xiaofu stood quietly in the void, waiting. Master, if it's the Groundwolf, you have to be careful. The Groundwolf isn't simple. It's at the peak of Saint Beast middle stage, not far from the Saint Beast late stage. The demonic ape said to Du Xiaofu with respect and gentleness in his eyes. The blood-soul seal placed on him wouldn't affect his cultivation in the future, but it was enough to ensure that he would be sincere and would never betray him. It's fine as long as it's not the Thunder Goat. If it's the Thunder Goat, you don't have to care about me. You can leave with Xingyu and the others first. Du Xiaofu said to the demonic ape. He had placed the blood-soul seal in the demonic ape's beast soul and laid down a beast-controlling technique. He was treating the demonic ape as one of his own. If they encountered the Thunder Goat, the demonic ape wouldn't be of any help with his strength. Master. Just when the demonic ape was about to continue speaking, Du Xiaofu suddenly raised his eyes and looked into the distance. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile as he said, "Seems like our luck is not bad. They're here. Get ready, boom!" Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the demonic ape's eyes suddenly moved. In an instant, his aura burst out. Ao! In an instant, the demonic ape reverted to his original form. A ferocious giant ape appeared. He was several hundred feet tall and was like a huge mountain. He was covered in thick gray scales and his eyes were red like two blood moons covered in thick fog. His aura was fierce and gloomy. Demonic ape, is this the human? As the demonic ape reverted to his original form, a light broke through the void in the distance. It was as if the void had been torn apart. A figure descended and appeared beside the demonic ape. The person who came was a middle-aged man. He was not very tall, and his white clothes were covered in layers of light. His eyes were slightly protruding, and his appearance was extremely eye-catching. However, there was an icy aura on his body. As he descended, the surrounding temperature suddenly plummeted, and frost appeared in the void. Ice Toad. Du Xiaofu looked at the middle-aged man in white. He didn't expect that after all his preparations, it would be Ice Toad who came. His cultivation level was similar to the demonic ape. Although he wasn't weak, he didn't pose much of a threat to Du Xiaofu. Be careful. This human is very strong. Why are you the only one here? Even when Lai Diao and I joined forces, we were still at a disadvantage. The demonic ape asked Ice Toad with a grave expression. I'm with Lord Lei Yang. Lord Lei Yang went to support Lai Diao. I don't know where Di Lang is. He hasn't arrived yet. Ice Toad's expression also became serious. He looked at Du Xiaofu with an extremely gloomy gaze. He didn't dare to be careless. He had heard that this human had caused the demonic ape and Lai Diao to suffer a great loss. Moreover, his cultivation level was only a little lower than Lai Diao's. Let's join forces and stall for time until Lord Lei Yang arrives, the demonic ape said to Ice Toad. Okay. Ice Toad nodded. With a stomp of his foot, his figure pounced forward in an instant. Monstrous profound energy suddenly swept out from within his body. This profound energy was incomparably cold. Instantly, the entire sky darkened and was covered in frost. A bone-chilling aura covered the entire sky. Cold winds blew and whistled endlessly in the sky. Coo! The sound was like the ringing of a bell, shaking the heavens and the earth. As Ice Toad's figure pounced forward, he transformed into his huge body. A snow-white ice toad covered in layers of white scales, as if covered in an ice armor. It had a metallic texture and was suffused with light. Although it was large, it was much smaller than the demonic ape's body. It was only a few dozen feet in size. However, the aura from its body was definitely not inferior to the demonic ape. The cold aura was even more bizarre, freezing the void wherever it passed. Seeing the ice toad's aura, Du Xiaofu's eyes inwardly raised. It was not inferior to the demonic ape. Among those with the same cultivation level, it could be considered as one of the top. Swish, however, the unforeseen event happened too quickly. Everything happened as fast as lightning. Just as the ice toad transformed into its original body, the demonic ape behind it showed no mercy. Its ferocious eyes blazed as it immediately attacked. Its huge hand moved and its blade-like fingertips tore through the void. Like an iron hook, it slightly curved as it grabbed towards the ice toad's back. This claw seemed to want to completely envelop the ice toad's body. Its aura caused the void to explode. Talisman runes blazed and interweaved. It was incomparably violent. Demonic ape, what are you doing? The sudden turn of events caused the ice toad's expression to drastically change as it sensed the demonic ape's attack from behind. With a loud roar, it instantly turned around and waved its claw downward. An icy light pillar shot out, blocking the demonic ape's attack. Clang! Clang! The two attacks instantly collided. A muffled clang resounded as the sound of wind and thunder rang out. It was as if metal and stone had struck each other. It was deafening. Humph! Humph! A muffled groan came from the ice toad's throat. Its body was directly pushed back. It had suffered a loss. Its cultivation and strength were about the same as the demonic ape's, but the demonic ape had long been prepared to attack. However, the ice toad had only fought back in a panic. There was a huge gap between them. Then, the ice toad was pushed back. While its eyes were still in shock, Du Xiaofu's figure had already appeared like a ghost. With a sweep of his purple robe and a wave of his palm, a golden light exploded in the sky. A bright golden talisman rune surged out like lightning and thunder, turning into a brilliant golden wave. Its aura was terrifying and monstrous. The golden light gushed out like a sun. At this moment, the ice toad's eyes were filled with shock as it felt the aura of a beast sovereign. Frost erupted from its body and turned into a barrier. However, under the impact of the dazzling golden light, it was easily destroyed. The ice toad spat out a mouthful of blood. The ice scale armor on its body was unable to withstand the domineering impact and cracked and bled. Its body felt as if it was being crushed by 100,000 mountains, and it fell from the sky involuntarily. Swish! Swish! However, this was not the end. Before its body, which was hundreds of feet long, had landed on the ground, a purple-robed figure wrapped in golden light had already appeared in front of it. An overbearing and ferocious aura swept over. A pair of sharp and intimidating eyes rippled with golden light as they grew larger and larger as its pupils shrunk in shock. Subsequently, a foot violently stomped on its body. The foot landed with a loud bang, causing the surrounding space to distort. Bang bang! Bang! Everything was done in one breath. The ice toad's body fell to the ground, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. The ground cracked and debris flew into the sky. The scales on its body shattered and the talisman runes were shattered. Large mouthfuls of dark red blood directly spurted out from its mouth. Falling head-on, the ice toad's beast soul emitted an aura of death. This kind of strength was simply not on the same level as the ice toad. There was no way it could resist. That stomp contained an astonishing domineering pressure. It was a supreme beast. I've been betrayed. The ice toad's ferocious eyes were filled with fear. It was suppressed like a hot knife through butter. Blood spurted out, and its expression was filled with disbelief and shock. At this moment, it realized that it had been betrayed by the demonic ape. The other party was waiting for it to take the bait. Ku, the nightmare ape, had only attacked once before it stood in the distance. When it saw the ice toad being easily suppressed, it involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In this short period of time, compared to the last time it fought against its master's strength had increased by several times. This rate of improvement was too frightening. Qing Luan, Little Qing, Dai Xingyu, and Ouyang Shuang were watching from afar. At this moment, looking at the scene in front of them, they could not help but click their tongues. Brother Xiaofu is so strong. He must have made a breakthrough. Qing Luan and Little Qing were stunned. The ice toad was at the peak of the initial Saint Beast realm. A dignified Saint Beast realm expert could not withstand a single blow at this moment. Rumble! At this moment, Du Xiaofu did not stop at all. His hand rapidly formed a seal, accompanied by a supreme pressure spreading out. His palm was covered with a mysterious seal. Boom! In the seal, the phantom of a golden-winged rock appeared. Its entire body was golden and dazzling, with silver-yellow electric arcs. A monstrous pressure spread out from it, accompanied by lightning and thunder, and the silver-yellow electric arcs suddenly erupted. Roar! Roar! All of a sudden, the roars of dragons and tigers, as well as the roars of lions and phoenixes, rang out from Du Xiaofu's hand seals. A terrifying aura erupted as a towering pressure descended, containing a pressure that no beast could resist. This kind of pressure came from the souls of all beasts, from within their bloodlines. It was as if a supreme beast had descended, enough to make all beasts submit, and it was difficult for them to resist. When this terrifying pressure descended, the ice toad beast's soul trembled, and its entire body trembled. It was completely suppressed. Qi La, in an instant, Du Xiaofu's hand seal, accompanied by the roar of a dragon, phoenix, lion, and tiger, fell directly into the glabella of the ice toad, who was almost stunned and unable to resist. The strange golden seal, accompanied by the supreme beast pressure, turned into a ball of golden lightning and disappeared into the glabella of the ice toad. Qi Lala hand seals were still forming in Du Xiaofu's hand, and there was a mysterious fluctuation of runes on his body. As the hand seals formed, an extremely strange light with a terrifying supreme pressure fell between the ice toad's glabella one after another. Unknowingly, the ice toad's fierce eyes quietly closed. This was the blood soul seal, and this ice toad was not inferior to the demonic ape. He had more and more enemies in this fearsome land, and Du Xiaofu intended to subdue the ice toad. Even if he could not bring it out of this fearsome land, at least for now, he could add a genuine sacred beast realm cultivator to his side. As the blood soul seal was arranged, the beast soul in the ice toad's mind was still making its final struggle, constantly roaring. The beast soul was like a miniature version of its original body, resisting with all its strength, not wanting to be completely suppressed. Evil beast, it's too late. Du Xiaofu's voice resounded in the ice toad's mind. Dazzling golden light burst out, and a hand seal like the shadow of a golden-winged rock appeared. Mighty electric arcs raged, and monstrous supreme pressure swept out, directly suppressing the ice toad's beast soul. No matter how fiercely the beast soul struggled and roared, it could not resist at all. A beast soul of the sacred beast realm was no small matter. The ice toad's cultivation was at the peak of the initial stage of the sacred beast realm, and its beast soul was even more powerful. If it was another person with the same cultivation level as Du Xiaofu, even if he also mastered the blood soul seal, it would be absolutely impossible to suppress the ice toad so easily. However, this ice toad encountered Du Xiaofu. When Du Xiaofu was still at the initial stage of the sacred beast realm, the abnormal power of his spirit, coupled with the blood soul seal, which specialized in suppressing beast souls, even 10 demonic apes' beast souls could not resist. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had made another breakthrough, and his spirit was even stronger, and his strength had reached a new level. This ice toad could not resist at all. Beast control technique. As Du Xiaofu's hand seals continued to condense, a dazzling golden light finally sank into the ice toad's glabella. In the ice toad's mind, there were the roars of dragons and tigers, and the roars of phoenixes and lions. Under the monstrous pressure, a dazzling shadow of the golden-winged rock turned into a blazing golden light and instantly entered the ice toad's beast soul. This was a natural suppression, and there was no way to resist. After struggling for a while, the ice toad's beast soul gradually began to be tamed, and a moment later, it completely stopped struggling. In the outside world, Du Xiaofu withdrew his hand seals, but at this moment, his expression suddenly froze, and his eyes were fixed on a certain void. The ice toad's closed eyes opened, and its huge body rose, and turned into its original white-robed middle-aged man. Its body was dripping with blood, and there were pools of blood. The original fierce light in its eyes had quietly disappeared, and was replaced by awe. Facing Du Xiaofu, it bowed its head and said, "Master! Master!" At this moment, Du Xiaofu's expression was solemn, and he immediately transmitted his voice to the ice toad, the nightmare ape, and Ouyang Shuang in the distance. "Quickly retreat, quickly! Retreat! Retreat!" As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, Ouyang Shuang, Dai Xingyu, Qing Luan, Shao Qing, and the others did not hesitate and turned to leave. It must be that Lei Yang had come, and they would only be a burden if they stayed, and would not be of any help. The nightmare ape took the ice toad, and also retreated in an instant. They had already agreed, and it also felt the aura of Lei Yang, so it would not be of any help if it stayed. Chi La La, the void fluctuated with electric arcs, and thunderclouds occupied the void. A void crack directly appeared in the sky, and a thin and withered figure appeared in the sky. With the appearance of this figure, there were electric arcs fluctuating in the sky, and the whole space quietly solidified, and a destructive aura descended. Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked at the newcomer. Just the aura alone could cause a change in heaven and earth, and this kind of strength was unfathomable. This was not the first expert he had seen, but it was definitely the first expert he had faced with such strength. A thin and withered old man appeared in Du Xiaofu's sight. He was thin and small like a teenager, and his face seemed to be only skin and bones. There was no flesh on his face, and there were a few strands of white goatee on his chin that moved with the wind. A pair of deep eyes, flashing with lightning, made one's primordial spirit burn for no reason, as if it was about to be destroyed. When the old man appeared, the surrounding void solidified. He looked around and saw the nightmare ape, the ice toad, Ouyang Shuang, and the others who were quickly leaving. There was a hint of doubt in his eyes, but he did not chase after them. Feeling the surrounding aura and the chaotic scene, it was not difficult to know that there had been a fight just now. You are the human who obtained the other half of the mystic bone? Lei Yang looked at Du Xiaofu, and his voice was like thunder, which was extremely inconsistent with his thin and withered body. You are Lei Yang, right? Du Xiaofu looked at the old man. Needless to say, from the aura on his body, this person was the Lei Yang that the nightmare ape had mentioned. As a rogue cultivator, he was so strong, which was really extraordinary. No wonder he had a place in this fearsome place, and made the human race and the beast alliance wary of him. However, seeing Lei Yang, Du Xiaofu could not help but think of his brother, Zhen Qingchun. Lei Yang's appearance gave people a wretched feeling, and he did not look like a good person. However, the degree of wretchedness was far inferior to his brother, Zhen Qingchun. After that, Du Xiaofu's lips curled into a bitter smile. What was supposed to come had finally come. Originally, he was a little regretful that only the ice toad had come. Who knew that Lei Yang would come right after? It seems like the other half of the mystic bone is indeed with you. Hand it over and become my battle servant. I can spare your life and give you endless benefits. It will not be difficult for you to improve further in the future. Chapter 2356. Lei Yang looked at Du Xiaofu. Such a young man was able to make Lai Diao and Zhong Yuan suffer a great loss even after joining forces. Lei Yang cherished his talent and wanted to take him as his battle servant. At that time, no battle servant from the Beast Alliance could compare to him. When Du Xiaofu heard this, he was stunned. He didn't expect Lei Yang to be interested in him and want to take him as a battle servant. Why don't we make a change? You can follow me as my follower and I can let you have a look at the other half of the bone. Who knows, you might be able to comprehend it and have a boundless future. Looking at Lei Yang, Du Xiaofu said with a smile. Kid, are you joking? Lei Yang's voice was like thunder. His voice was obviously much sharper, shaking the void like thunder. I'm not joking. You can also be my mount. You can choose for yourself. Du Xiaofu said with a smile, but the Xian Qi in his body was surging in his meridians. Du Xiaofu's expression was solemn as he faced a late-stage holy beast realm expert. His eyes were filled with anticipation. He was not the same as before, so what harm was there in fighting? He would just take it as a test. What was there to be afraid of? Ha 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 ha! Lei Yang was stunned for a moment before a smile appeared on his shriveled and bloodless wretched face. He laughed out loud as if he had seen the funniest thing in the world. Are humans nowadays so arrogant? Tell me, which clan are you from? The Yu clan, the Sun clan, the First clan, or the Jiang clan? Lei Yang couldn't stop laughing. Such a young man, perhaps he was from one of the big clans of the human race and was used to being arrogant. One must know that even the old ancestor-level figures of the big clans of the human race had to be courteous to Lei Yang and wouldn't dare to provoke him. But now, this young man didn't put him in his eyes. Neither. Du Xiaofu shook his head. At this moment, he was speechless. Is it really that funny? This Lei Yang really doesn't put me in his heart. Isn't that so? When Lei Yang heard this, he was a little surprised. He was not from one of the big families, but when he thought about it carefully, there seemed to be no one among the younger generation of the human race who had set foot into the Saint Realm. Even if Zhong Yuan and Lai Diao joined forces, they would still suffer a great loss. Could it be that you are? Suddenly, Lei Yang seemed to have recalled something. This time, a frightening young cultivator had appeared among the humans. Even Yu Bol of the Yu clan was no match for him. This news had long spread, and Lei Yang had also heard about it. That's not right either. That sovereign seems to have been killed. Lei Yang shook his head again. He had also heard of the outcome. That freakish supreme being had left his name in the sacred hall, and was ranked first. He was a heaven-defying monster, but in the end, he was killed by someone from the Yu clan. Who are you? Lei Yang stared at Du Xiaofu, thinking of the situation where the nightmare ape and the ice toad left in a hurry. Everything seemed very strange, and he couldn't help but be surprised. Is it so difficult to choose between being my mount and follower? Why are you so noisy? Du Xiaofu looked at Lei Yang and said, Human, do you know that no one has dared to speak to me like this for many years? Lei Yang's face finally became gloomy. His aura fluctuated, slowly solidifying and collapsing, and pressed towards Du Xiaofu. I'll be waiting. Du Xiaofu opened his mouth, and the aura on his body began to slowly fluctuate. Profound qi surged in his body, making the sound of wind and thunder. His eyes were filled with golden light, and for no reason, his aura became fierce. Two invisible auras filled the air, causing the void to suddenly tighten. The surrounding heaven and earth were completely frozen, and swords were drawn. Although I don't know who you are, I hope you won't let me down. If I find out that you are not qualified to be my battle servant, I will kill you without hesitation. A smile appeared on Lei Yang's face, but this smile was filled with coldness. His voice was also a little sharper, and the invisible aura revealed a kind of cold and destructive attitude. As a later stage sacred beast expert, he had a place in the fierce land. Even the experts in the various large families and beast alliance had to be courteous to him. Lei Yang indeed had this qualification. I also hope that you can live up to your name. Ordinary demonic beasts can't become my mount and battle servant. Hearing Lei Yang's words, Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. Golden light flickered in his eyes, and his fighting spirit grew stronger. This was the first time he was facing a later stage sacred beast expert, and he wanted to go all out to test himself. Boom! Boom! As his voice fell, Du Xiaofu's figure slowly rose into the air. The profound qi in the god's gate in his body began to circulate like a surging river. A tyrannical and fierce aura quietly surged out, and the air waves rose up. His purple robe fluttered in the wind as he rushed into the void, shaking the clouds. As if he had felt the aura on Du Xiaofu's body, Lei Yang's lightning eyes fluctuated a little, but it quickly disappeared. His bloodless and wretched face finally began to change color, and a gloomy expression slowly surged up. Lightning flashed in his lightning eyes, giving people a heart-palpitating destructive aura. Brat, you've already made me unhappy. At the same time, a majestic energy storm exploded from Lei Yang's body in an incomparably destructive manner. Rumble, in an instant, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the void. The wind rose and the clouds surged. Electric arcs blazed, and the rumbling of thunder whistled and surged. What does it have to do with me if you're unhappy? Feeling the aura caused by Lei Yang, Du Xiaofu was not afraid. Instead, a kind of excitement rose in his heart for no reason. He licked the corner of his lips, and his voice contained a kind of sharpness. He did not retreat in the slightest, and his fighting spirit surged. Lei Yang was an expert, and did not know the result of the battle. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu was clear that he could let go of his hand and fight without any worries. He had just broken through, and needed this kind of opportunity to verify it. If I'm unhappy, you'll suffer. At the same time as the thunderous shout came out, Lei Yang moved. Finally, he could not endure it any longer. The aura of thunder and lightning crazily surged, transforming into a vortex. It was like a tornado of thunder and lightning that swept out. A bolt of lightning brought with it a dazzling light as it directly shot towards Du Xiaofu. This lightning bolt was terrifying. Wherever it passed, space would silently shatter. Electric arcs wreaked havoc, and its aura was destructive. It even carried a terrifying tail. Qi La! This kind of attack swept out in an instant, and arrived in front of Du Xiaofu like a bolt of lightning. Wherever it passed, space was destroyed into nothingness. The power of the lightning was even more terrifying, as if it wanted to destroy the primordial spirit. Du Xiaofu lifted his eyes in the face of this frightening attack. The space in front of him became faintly distorted the instant the lightning pillar penetrated through the empty space and arrived in front of him. His body dodged in front of the pillar at an extremely strange speed and arc. It was as though he had teleported through space. At this moment, this teleportation was even more strange. In front of the sacred hall, Du Xiaofu had some comprehension of the space, splitting 3 swords. He had made progress in materializing it, and had comprehended the location of space. At this moment, he had subconsciously merged that comprehension into the speed of the golden-winged Great Ping clan and the wave-like carefree steps, causing its power to soar. Lei Yang's figure pounced, but at this moment, when he saw Du Xiaofu disappear in an instant, his expression changed. His attack had actually missed, and this was beyond his expectations. "Human brat, do you think you can escape?" Just as Du Xiaofu dodged the attack, Lei Yang's voice came out from the lightning bolt vortex. The lightning bolt seemed to have gained intelligence, and in an instant, it turned into countless electric arcs and spread out. The electric arcs fluctuated like lightning spears across the sky, piercing through space and following closely behind Du Xiaofu like a shadow. Any one of the lightning spears was extremely terrifying, making it difficult for Du Xiaofu to escape. Du Xiaofu's eyes sank, and in an instant, golden light burst out from his body. An overbearing aura swept across the sky, and the aura of the middle stage of the Saint Realm swept out without reservation, climbing to the peak. The golden light was like a blazing sun, and a supreme aura of the Beast Clan descended, causing Lei Yang's expression to change drastically. It was difficult for him to distinguish whether it was a human or a supreme being of the Beast Clan. "There's no need to escape," Du Xiaofu shouted, but just as the countless lightning spears pierced through space and arrived in front of him, he waved his long sleeves, and an earth-shattering golden light swept out, and an overbearing imposing aura suddenly swept out from his body like a storm. This was the Fu Yao heaven-shaking wings, which swept across the area in front of him, and destroyed the countless lightning spears in the void in the most overbearing manner, turning them into broken lightning. Chi la la's, but in an instant, a burst of broken lightning swept over heavily and struck Du Xiaofu's body. This was the aftermath of Lei Yang's attack, and just the aftermath alone was enough to seriously injure an ordinary middle stage of the Saint Realm. The impact of the lightning entered Du Xiaofu's body, causing Du Xiaofu's body to emit a purple-gold light, and then it disappeared without a sound, and there was no more reaction. If this was any other attack, perhaps Du Xiaofu would be a little embarrassed and suffer some hidden losses, but it was the power of lightning that allowed Du Xiaofu to have no scruples. This power of lightning entered his body, and not to mention his immortal Xian body, it was directly absorbed by the thunder martial vein in his body. Although he was unscathed and did not seem to be at a disadvantage, Du Xiaofu was shocked at this moment. Lei Yang's attack just now was not at his full strength, but he did not hold back, and almost suffered a loss. This Lei Yang was indeed powerful. Lei Yang's attack stagnated, and the deep lightning in his eyes could no longer remain calm. Although he did not use his full strength, if he did not hold back, the human youth was unscathed, and this made him reconsider. Golden-winged Great Ping. Feeling the aura of the human at this moment, the aura of the supreme beast, the golden-winged Great Ping, and the cultivation of the intermediate sage realm, Lei Yang finally began to pay attention. According to the words of Zhong Yuan and Lai Diao, the human was only at the early sage realm, but now it seemed that the human had made another breakthrough in this short period of time. Could it be that he has comprehended that half of the mysterious bone? Lei Yang was secretly startled. Fei Yu's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds after obtaining that mysterious bone. And the human in front of him had also advanced from the initial stage of the Sage Realm to the intermediate stage of the Sage Realm after obtaining that mysterious bone. How frightening was this! It had taken him several thousand years to advance from the initial stage of the Sage Realm to the intermediate stage of the Sage Realm. However, this human had already made a breakthrough to the next level in such a short time. Even if he had come out from his mother's womb, it would have been less than 30 years. Treasure, That half of the mysterious bone is definitely a treasure, a shocking treasure. Lei Yong thought of the half of the mysterious bone. It must be that half of the mysterious bone that allowed the human to make a breakthrough so quickly. Human, you've comprehended that half of the mysterious bone? Lei Yong looked at Du Xiaofu with expectation in his eyes. If he had the opportunity to advance to the next level, then the entire Beast Alliance and the human race would be able to do whatever they wanted. Who would he be afraid of? Guess Du Xiaofu also recovered from his shock and smiled. After thinking for a while, he knew why Lei Yong asked such a question. There's no need to guess. You're not fated to possess the mysterious bone, and it will change owners today. Lei Yong did not want to waste his breath anymore. An indifferent sound of thunder rang out, and a violent force of 5 thunderbolts swept out, whistling through the void, and swept towards Du Xiaofu. A terrifying destructive force spread out, and a sharp claw of thunder stretched out from the void, directly grabbing towards Du Xiaofu's head. Under the claw, 5 pitch-black spatial cracks scattered from the void, fluctuating with lightning, destroying everything. Boom! The void rumbled, and at the same time, Du Xiaofu's hand seals were quickly formed. A vigorous and surging aura suddenly soared into the sky like a peerless beast. A fist was rapidly formed, and it directly swept out towards the claw of thunder. This was Du Xiaofu's ultimate strength in his physical body. When he went all out, his aura was incomparably overbearing. This was the way of the overbearing fist. Roar! Roar! This fist was faintly accompanied by the roar of a dragon and the cry of a divine elephant, causing the void to rumble. Lightning flashed in the sky, and in front of the fist, the void exploded, as if it was about to collapse. The ground below also cracked, and the rocks on the mountain collapsed. In the blink of an eye, the fist directly collided with the claw of thunder. The void where the claw and fist collided cracked, and pitch-black spatial cracks spread out. Rumble, the terrifying rune ripples were like a tsunami, suddenly sweeping across the void, and the space shook violently. The invisible overbearing aura shook the space, and the space rippled endlessly. It was as if there was endless thunder between the heavens and the earth. Deng, Du Xiaofu's figure staggered back. After a few steps, he stabilized his body, and the void under his feet quietly collapsed. Lei Yang's thin and withered figure appeared. At this moment, he also staggered, and his eyes were completely shocked at this moment. There was a slight numbness in the palm of his claw, and there was even a slight pain. Lei Yang was completely shocked. He didn't have much strength left, but he was still resisted. After several consecutive attacks, he didn't even gain much advantage. After the shock, Lei Yang's deep eyes gradually became gloomy. Rumble, when his eyes gradually became gloomy, at this moment, Lei Yang no longer held back his aura. Lightning swept across the sky, and a terrifying aura swept out without holding back, climbing to the peak. Late-stage Holy Beast Realm. Du Xiaofu stabilized his body, raised his head slightly, and narrowed his eyes. At this moment, Lei Yang, who didn't hold back at all, had his aura climb to the peak, surpassing the mid-stage Holy Beast Realm. It was the late-stage Holy Beast Realm. Rumble, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, lightning arcs raged, and thunder clouds covered the sky. This side of the world was also rumbling. At this moment, Lei Yang no longer held back, and a terrifying aura whizzed out with him as the center, turning into a sea of lightning. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled incessantly, causing people's hearts to tremble, and their primordial spirits to burn. Such a movement also alarmed everyone. The experts in the distance, who were originally looking towards the burial dead land, were also attracted by this amazing movement at this moment. They came closer, and some of their auras peeked over. Late-stage Holy Beast Realm, it's really extraordinary. Looking ahead, Du Xiaofu secretly exclaimed. At this moment, Lei Yang could form a sea of lightning with his own cultivation, and this kind of cultivation and understanding of lightning ultimacy was no small matter. There was a huge gap between the late-stage Holy Beast realm and the middle-stage Holy Beast realm. Lightning roared, and lightning arcs raged in the void as if it was destroying. A terrifying energy storm swept out, causing the entire area to tremble. Du Xiaofu stood in the void, and that terrifying aura swept out, but he was like a rock, unmoved, and his robe fluttered even more. To be able to make me go all out, human, you're qualified to be my battle servant. The Thunder Goat attacked again. This kind of movement attracted many creatures to come closer. It didn't want the news to be leaked, and wanted to end the battle quickly. Blazing lightning runes swept out from its body in an endless stream. It was like a volcano erupting with thunderbolt. It transformed into the shadow of a lightning dragon that was blazing like the sun. It roared as it pounced towards Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu soared into the sky like a falcon pouncing on its prey. His 5 fingers were slightly bent, and mysterious runes flashed on his fingertips, as if they wanted to tear the space apart. Energy ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from the claws. This was the rock's chaos-crushing claw. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's aura was like that of a peerless ferocious beast, and the dazzling mysterious runes in front of the claws were like golden lightning, as if a golden-winged rock was about to spread its wings and soar into the 9 heavens. A domineering and terrifying aura burst out, and under the terrifying golden claw, the supreme pressure descended, causing the lightning dragon's eyes to fluctuate with fear. However, this fear was then activated by Lei Yang, and the lightning dragon soared into the sky, clashing with Du Xiaofu's claws. Golden light burst out from the rock's chaos-crushing claw, like countless golden lightning snakes sweeping out, and in a domineering manner, fiercely clawed at the lightning dragon, but it didn't destroy the lightning dragon, and was instead shattered by it. Deng deng! Du Xiaofu's expression changed, and the blood in his body surged. At this moment, facing the unreserved Lei Yang, he was once again pushed back. If it weren't for the lightning martial veins in his body, and the physical strength of the immortal Xian body, he would have suffered a great loss just now. Roar! The lightning dragon roared like endless thunder, and lightning flashed as it continued to pounce on Du Xiaofu. Boom! As his figure staggered back, Du Xiaofu's eyes also became serious. Golden light flashed behind him, and the golden wings of the rock stretched out, stabilizing his retreat. Golden light fluctuated, and at the same time, he activated the rock descends to the 9 heavens, as if a real golden-winged rock had descended, carrying the domineering will of the golden-winged rock clan, and directly swept out to confront the lightning dragon. 3 chapters have been released consecutively, with a total of 15,000 words, which is equivalent to 3,000 words of 5 chapters, and I'm still writing. Little use WeChat public account, Ufone. Readers, please add me. Thank you. Chapter 2357. Rumble, the void rumbled as if a golden-winged rock and a thunder dragon were fighting. Wind and thunder clanged in the air as a series of dazzling rune lights burst forth. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled incessantly. The energy was as gorgeous as golden fireworks, causing the entire sky to be resplendent. Gorgeous runes poured down, but what they contained was an absolutely terrifying destructive power. Qi La, the void collapsed and Du Xiaofu's body was once again pushed back. However, the Thunder Dragon's body was also destroyed. Lei Yang's gaze was constantly fluctuating. He could no longer distinguish whether he was fighting with a human or a humanoid rock. That was definitely the aura of the golden-winged rock race. There was no mistaking it. However, Lei Yang quickly determined that the person in front of him was still a human. It was just that there were too many mysteries on his body. If he could suppress him, he would be able to obtain everything. Other than the supreme secret bone, there might be many other rewards. Qi La, without any pause, Lei Yang attacked again. A majestic thunder and lightning energy fluctuation was emitted. He waved his hand and the thunder and lightning runes filled the sky. In just an instant, they condensed into a blazing thunder and lightning handprint. Rumble, when the thunder and lightning handprint condensed, the surrounding sea of thunder and lightning boiled. An extremely terrifying destructive aura was also emitted from the handprint. The majestic thunder and lightning energy contained within would cause one's heart to palpitate at a glance. Thunder rage. Thunder! At this moment, Lei Yang's wretched appearance seemed to have disappeared. He was like a thunder god with a dignified and noble temperament. He waved his hand and swooped down. The thunder and lightning handprint directly slapped towards Du Xiaofu. Rumble, such a handprint, with thunder and lightning intertwined, whistling like a stormy sea. It was like a flower, like a thunder god's anger, wanting to destroy the world. It arrived in an instant. Du Xiaofu also raised his eyebrows at such a grand occasion, but he did not feel any fear. Instead, his battle intent became even more vigorous. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, his body flickered with a strange rune that soared into the sky. His aura surged and erupted, bringing with it a golden radiance. In an instant, feather-like materialized fragments around Du Xiaofu's body formed layers upon layers, forming a magnificent golden armor that covered his entire body. It was a perfect match with the golden wings on his back. At this instant, the divine and gorgeous armor and the domineering and arrogant golden wings of the rock caused Du Xiaofu to be even more domineering and arrogant. His entire body seemed to have become a true rock in human form, and he intended to flap his wings and tear through the sky. When the azure spirit armor and the golden rock wings complemented each other, the cries of the golden rock pierced through the clouds and cracked the stones. An incomparably domineering aura swept through the void. What kind of method is this? This sudden change caused the eyes of Lei Yang, who was in the middle of making a move, to once again be filled with violent waves that could not be concealed. Everything happened very quickly. A strange and violent energy fluctuation suddenly rippled from Du Xiaofu's body. The red energy that seemed to have materialized suddenly wrapped around his palm, condensing into a dazzling handprint. A powerful pressure spread out from it, and there was a faint roar of dragons, tigers, birds, and turtles. Mysterious Yellow Emperor's seal. Boom! Profound Qi poured out like a flood, and terrifying and gorgeous runes rushed out. The battle intent in Du Xiaofu's eyes was even more vigorous. The mysterious Yellow Emperor's seal shot out, and the handprint expanded against the wind. Then, it was accompanied by a destructive power that directly swept out. Everything happened as fast as lightning. The mysterious Yellow Emperor's seal and the lightning palm collided with each other like meteorite. An earth-shattering muffled sound of energy suddenly resounded in the void of this ancient fearsome land. Rumble! Rumble! Gorgeous runes burst out, and monstrous lightning intertwined. The two seemed to be eroding and devouring each other, and in the fierce collision, terrifying energy ripples swept out like a vast ocean. There was also an even more astonishing roar of dragons, tigers, birds, and turtles. Roar, gulp, the roars of dragons and tigers, the cries of birds and turtles, intertwining with one another. An azure dragon, a white tiger, a phoenix, a black tortoise, and a black tortoise appeared. Their roars were like thunder, and their oppressive aura caused the heavens and earth to seethe, causing everyone to feel a chill run down their spine. Bang bang bang, between the two handprints, the void could no longer withstand such a terrifying force. A huge black hole collapsed, revealing a deep and serene darkness. It caused people to feel a chill down their spine and their hearts to tremble. Tap 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 tap, Du Xiaofu's figure was shaken back again. Under the impact of the terrifying lightning, the blood in his body was surging. He almost spat out blood, but he forcefully endured it. Only then did he manage to hold back the blood in his throat. However, there was a faint trace of golden blood flowing down the corner of his mouth. Du Xiaofu was injured. Lei Yang was too strong. The difference between the middle stage of the Saint Realm and the late stage of the Saint Realm was too great. It was much greater than the difference between the early stage of the Saint Realm and the middle stage of the Saint Realm. However, with the Cyan spirit armor, the immortal Xian body, and the thunder martial vein in his body to absorb the lightning energy, Du Xiaofu's injury was not serious. Qi La Lei Yang's eyes were filled with astonishment. This time, he was also shaken back a few steps. His move, Thunder Fury, didn't have much effect. Not only that, he was also shaken back under the tyrannical power of the human youth. Although he was only shaken back a few steps and the human youth was injured, Lei Yang still couldn't accept this. For Lei Yang, he was a late-stage Saint Realm expert. Moreover, he didn't hold back. Under such circumstances, he couldn't do much to a human at the middle stage of the Saint Realm. If this news were to spread, he would definitely lose face. Great! Du Xiaofu was in the sky. Golden light shone brightly. He licked the faint trace of blood on the corner of his mouth with his tongue. His fighting spirit was burning in his body. It was rare for him to be able to fight without holding back to verify his progress during this period of time. Looking at Du Xiaofu in front of him, Lei Yang didn't know why, but there was some uneasiness in his heart. Such a human youth gave him a pure feeling of a golden-winged roc. His tyrannical and ferocious made his heart tremble for no reason. Let's continue. Du Xiaofu took the initiative to attack. Under the combination of the wave-like free step and the golden-winged roc, his speed was like a ghost. His palm glowed and gushed out golden light. It was like a rising sun, carrying a peerless tyrannical aura as it bombarded Lei Yang. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was tyrannical and fierce. He flapped his wings and soared into the sky like a roc, bursting with an unparalleled tyrannical energy. Lei Yang was startled for no reason. Amidst the lightning and thunder, he raised his hand to meet the attack. His palm gushed with lightning, and ancient lightning runes appeared, flickering with lightning. In the sky, an astonishing battle suddenly took place. One was like a thunder god descending, the other was like a real roc flying across the sky. The two of them exchanged blows. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. It was swift and tyrannical, destructive and gorgeous. In the distance, many experts rushed over. Looking at the astonishing battle, they didn't dare to get close at all. Their hearts trembled. Rumble, in the void, time divine light exploded. It was as if heaven and earth were going to fall apart. The two of them fought fiercely. Lightning flashed as the great roc struck the sky. They were as fast as lightning, and both of them grasped the best battle result. They attacked fiercely without holding back, causing the hearts of the distant experts to tremble. Sumeru Illusion. Tyrannical Tao. Ao Du Xiaofu assisted with the power of his primordial spirit. His tyrannical voice was like a dragon's cry and a divine elephant's cry. It instantly exploded in the void. The sound of a dragon's cry and elephant's cry was vast and mighty. The roar was like heavenly thunder that resounded without end. There were also electric arcs that engulfed the area, causing the heaven and earth to tremble and the universe to rumble. Who is that? So powerful, too astonishing! The distant spectators were horrified. Even from the distant void, they were still shaken by the sound waves until their hearts trembled. In the depths of the heavens, the two of them continuously fought. Energy fluctuated violently. One of them was like a thunder god. His cultivation was at the late stage of the holy beast realm. He was one of the most powerful experts in this vicious land. The other was like a true Peng. He had recently broken through again and was proven to be an invincible existence among his peers. The two of them fought fiercely. They were as fast as lightning, like a Peng soaring through the sky. The thunder god had descended to the world. Boom! Boom! The two of them fought rapidly. Every time they collided, the void would directly shatter. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and then it would continue to recover. In an instant, the two of them had already exchanged dozens of moves. They were all unbelievably fast. They were fierce and swift, clean and neat. It's Lei Yang, it's Lei Yang. Finally, someone recognized Lei Yang. That was a terrifying expert. Who can fight Lei Yang like this? It seems to be the aura of the golden-winged Great Pring Bird Clan that disappeared. Is someone from the golden-winged Great Pring Bird Clan reborn? The onlookers were shocked. Who could fight such a fierce battle with an expert like Lei Yang? The fierce battle continued. Du Xiaofu fought fiercely. The more he fought, the braver he became. The golden Peng wings, the azure spirit armor, the immortal Xian body, and the vast Xian qi in his body. In addition, the thunder martial vein absorbed the power of thunder and lightning. There was also the occasional help of the primordial spirit. The late stage of the Holy Beast Realm was much stronger than the middle stage of the Holy Beast Realm. The invisible power was enough to control everything. However, Du Xiaofu was an exception. Although he was in the middle stage of the Holy Beast Realm, he had transcended this shackle. The golden Peng wings and the wave-treading carefree steps allowed Du Xiaofu's speed to not be suppressed by Lei Yang. In addition, he had recently comprehended the power of space from the three sword. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was surprised to find that he was like a fish in water in the power of space. It allowed his speed to rise to another level. With the azure spirit armor and the immortal Xian body, Du Xiaofu's achievements in the physical body were abnormal. It was enough for him to fight against those above his level. Fight! Fight! The more Du Xiaofu fought, the braver he became. The star-breaking fist, Pegasus meteor fist, and various other techniques were constantly blasted out. They were fierce and fierce. Lei Yang's aura was awe-inspiring. It was also incomparably terrifying. Moreover, it had the absolute advantage. However, it couldn't do anything to Du Xiaofu. This kid is deliberately fighting. He is testing himself. Boom! The golden Peng wings flap. Du Xiaofu's palm gushed out starlight. It was like a river of stars. This was the technique of the Yinyang school. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was trying to verify and comprehend what he had learned. He wanted to gain something from this battle. It was just like back when he was in Tianwu Academy, tempering himself in the desolate ancient space. Time after time, he would temper himself and comprehend himself. At this moment, the actual battle was undoubtedly more effective than the illusory tempering. However, under normal circumstances, who would dare to challenge such an opponent to temper himself, test himself, and comprehend himself? Only Du Xiaofu dared to do so. Of course, this was also because Du Xiaofu had absolute strength and confidence. This kid is doing it on purpose. He is tempering himself. Finally, Lei Yang felt Du Xiaofu's intention. It turned out that the human in front of him didn't put him in his eyes at all. He was using him to temper himself. This was humiliation, an absolute humiliation. How could Lei Yang tolerate a human in the intermediate sage realm not putting him in his eyes? After nearly 100 moves, although he had an absolute advantage, he couldn't really suppress Yi Shiwen. Lei Yang's old face had long been embarrassed. Bastard! Lei Yang's beard fluttered like electric arcs. His deep eyes were very cold. He condensed his hand seals, and the sea of lightning around him began to fluctuate. Ancient lightning talisman runes rushed to the sky as if they were going to drown the sky. Rumble, at this moment, the sound of the thunder had also changed. It was like the sound of the heavens. The thunder and lightning gathered into arm-sized lightning bolts that spread out in all directions. This incomparably vast thunder and lightning pressure once again enveloped Du Xiaofu's body. Suddenly, the pressure on Du Xiaofu increased greatly. It was as if he was facing hundreds of thousands of mountains. There was this kind of feeling of breathlessness. The pressure of the lightning was even more terrifying. But at the same time, the thunder martial vein in Du Xiaofu's body and the spiritual thunder in his primordial spirit in his Naiwen palace seemed to be attracted by something. They were about to come out and become active. "Kid, you are making a mistake," Lei Yang shouted. His voice was like the roar of the thunder god, shaking the heaven and earth. This kid actually dared to use him to temper himself. Such contempt and humiliation made Lei Yang completely angry. Rumble, countless lightning scattered, as if it was going to destroy everything in the world. It was terrifying. This is Lei Yang's ultimate move. It's too terrifying. Some of the onlookers in the distance exclaimed and retreated quickly. They did not even dare to get close. Occasionally, the lightning that raged through the void would affect them. Once it hit them, it was enough to destroy their bodies and souls. The terrifying lightning condensed into thunderbolts, covering the void and pouring down continuously. It had an unfathomable power, as if it was going to destroy all life. Under the bombardment of such lightning, Du Xiaofu had the thunder martial vein in his body to absorb the power of lightning. Coupled with the immortal Xian body, he could not help but feel a little stuffy in his chest. Under the impact of the huge force, he was constantly pushed back and some blood flowed out of his mouth. That person is injured. It seems that he is no match for Lei Yang. A sharp-eyed expert could see everything in the void and exclaimed in shock. Such an expert was still no match for Lei Yang. Du Xiaofu's mouth was bleeding again, but there was no fear in his eyes. The cyan spirit armor on his body did not dim. On the contrary, the corner of his mouth raised into a cold arc and he muttered, "The power of lightning rumble." In the next moment, on the cyan spirit armor on Du Xiaofu's body, there was a bright purple lightning talisman engraving, making the cyan spirit armor appear purple gold. Du Xiaofu activated his thunder martial vein, and the lightning spread. Rolling thunder and lightning fell from all directions, and thunder clouds occupied the void and spread out. Thunder and lightning swept across the sky, and silver snakes flashed. The aura was strong. This was the thunder martial vein. The killing aura spread. It did not have a murderous aura, but it showed the majesty of creation. It showed the righteousness of heaven and earth. It was the purest of yang, and it could vast the firmament and punish all life. Du Xiaofu stepped into the thunderbolts and allowed the destructive thunderbolts to descend and strike him. The surging electric arcs that fell on his body were unscathed. The thunder martial vein was activated and absorbed the power of thunder and lightning to strengthen the thunder martial vein. The immortal Xian body and the cyan spirit armor were not afraid of the remaining thunderbolt. What kind of martial vein is this? Lei Yang was shocked. He was born with the profound meaning of thunder and lightning. At this moment, he could feel that the martial vein was like the sovereign of thunder and lightning. It could not be provoked and wanted to make him crawl. Boom! Activating the thunder martial vein, Du Xiaofu flapped his wings and soared into the sky. He was extremely domineering, like a real rock flying across the sky. He ran amok in the descending lightning and stepped into the sea of lightning around Lei Yang. It's too scary. This martial vein is too scary. There were more and more onlookers in the distance. Some people exclaimed, "This thunder martial vein was too amazing." Lei Yang looked straight at Du Xiaofu, who was getting closer and closer. His eyes were dazzling with lightning. Roar! With a thunderous roar, the sea of lightning around Lei Yang wriggled and gathered. In an instant, it gathered into a huge thunder goat that was hundreds of feet tall. Its whole body was covered with lightning, and it was majestic and majestic. It was full of destructive aura. It was like the god of thunder beasts, standing in the void, and could destroy all enemies and suppress all life. At this moment, Lei Yang had already used all his strength. There was nothing to hold back. At this point, he could only use all his strength. This giant goat was dazzling with lightning. Its aura was ancient and destructive. It was like a living creature. Its eyes seemed to contain two thunder suns. It was too scary. Thunder true form. Some people in the distance were aghast. This was one of Lei Yang's innate skills. It was a terrifying skill and could be considered as a trump card. "Kid, it's time to end this," Lei Yang shouted. The huge thunder goat carried with it thousands of thunderbolts. It was majestic and mighty, and it pounced forward. Endless lightning lingered, covering the void. The thunder goat galloped, and the sky shook violently as if it was about to explode. Heaven and earth were turned upside down, and the mountains and rivers were in turmoil. Rumble! This kind of power made this part of the world shake. Rumble sounds roared in the world. The mountain below collapsed, and there were pitch-black spatial cracks spreading in the void. This kind of power made Du Xiaofu's eyes narrow. However, his battle intent did not decrease. In the midst of the surging purple lightning, with the sound of wind and thunder, he waved his hand and a broadsword appeared in his hand. The sword body was like a tiger's bone and dragon's bone, like a phoenix facing the sun, like a divine turtle entrenched in the sky. It made people's souls tremble for no reason. Buzz, buzz, when this broadsword appeared, a dazzling light erupted like a suppressed volcano. Dazzling talisman runes soared into the sky. This was the sound of wind and thunder, but it was like the roar of a demon god. The sky was filled with purple gold light. The purple gold heavenly tower appeared. It was like a phoenix facing the sun, about to spread its wings and soar into the sky. A dazzling energy erupted from the purple gold heavenly tower like a suppressed volcano. The god of weapons, peerless in the sky. Roar! Roar! Woo-woo! Roar! This roar was like the roar of a dragon, the roar of a tiger, the cry of a bird, and the cry of a turtle. It was also like the roar of a demon god. Tyrannical sword Dao. Roar! With a loud shout, Du Xiaofu did not stop. He waved the purple gold heavenly tower and directly slashed down. At this moment, his eyes suddenly shone with golden light, and the purple gold light overflowed into the sky. Boom! Roar! This sword was like a force that could split a mountain. There was nothing fancy about it, but there was a domineering aura that suddenly spread out from that sword. Qi La, wherever this sword passed, the space almost collapsed, revealing traces of a vacuum. Rumble! Rumble! As this sword swept out, this ancient world trembled violently. Many mountains below were shaking violently. The earth was collapsing, and the void was distorting as if destruction was coming. When this sword swept out, the Thunder Goat's eyes trembled fiercely. The sword light shone with purple lightning. Dazzling talisman runes bloomed. Under the brilliance, there was a terrifying and domineering destructive energy hidden. This sword, Du Xiaofu's domineering sword Wei, had also added the Thunder Profound and Thunder Martial Vein. It was an all-out attack, and also one of his own trump cards. The huge Thunder Goat roared, waved its claws and soared into the sky, slapping towards the sword. In an instant, the sword light silently disappeared into the huge Thunder Goat wherever it passed. However, this silence was even more shocking. Then, under the trembling gazes of the crowd, a long spatial crack appeared in the claws of the huge Thunder Goat. Then, it broke, causing the body of the huge Thunder Goat to dim by a lot. However, at the same time, the dazzling and destructive Thunder Goat was not completely destroyed. Only one of its claws was broken. Its huge body still carried the power of thunder as it heavily smashed into Du Xiaofu's body. Rumble! The huge Thunder Goat turned into a dazzling thunderbolt and fiercely charged down, surging into Du Xiaofu's body. Thunder rumbled in all directions, and the void shattered. Du Xiaofu's body also fiercely charged down from the sky, smashing into the ground like a meteorite. Bang bang, a mountain peak collapsed from Du Xiaofu's impact. The visual impact was shocking to the soul. Puff! This time, Du Xiaofu finally could not hold back and spat out a mouthful of golden blood. His face also turned pale. He was careless and underestimated the Thunder Goat, causing him to suffer a big loss. Fortunately, under the protection of the immortal Xian body and the Cyan spirit armor, it was not a big deal. More importantly, although the power of thunder and lightning was surging, half of it was absorbed by the Thunder Martial Vein. The remaining power did not cause too much damage to him. He spat out a mouthful of blood. It was purely caused by the impact, but he was still injured. Flapping his wings and soaring into the sky, Du Xiaofu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the purple gold heavenly fault in his hand. Lei Yang was astonished. That was one of his trump cards, yet it only injured him. It didn't seem like he was seriously injured. Just now, he had clearly felt the terrifying power of that sword. He had suffered quite a bit of impact, and almost couldn't hold on. "Let's see how long you can last." Roar! The words came out from the Thunder Goat's mouth. He was already furious and had been pushed to the limit. Suddenly, an even more violent and blazing destructive aura of thunder and lightning burst out from his body. In an instant, it shook the clouds and rushed into the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The Thunder Goat's body was expanding, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge Thunder Goat standing in the void. The surrounding thunder and lightning boiled and raged, causing the entire void to tremble. Fourth update: this chapter has 6,000 words. Today's update has a total of 20,000 words. Looking for flowers. Chapter 23:58. The Thunder Goat was the same as the Thunder Goat's phantom. This was the real body of the Thunder Goat, and it was much larger than the Thunder Goat's original form. From the huge Lightning Goat's body, a terrifying destructive aura filled the air. Lightning intertwined, causing the creatures in the distance to tremble. The huge Lightning Goat was in the sky, filled with lightning and covered the sky. It made people feel small and shocked, and their souls trembled. "Kid, to be able to make me use my real body, I have to say that you are the strongest human I have ever seen. Unfortunately, you are still not enough. After all, there is still a huge gap between us." The Lightning Goat opened its mouth, and its voice shook the void. From its huge body, a dazzling lightning rose like a divine fire. "It's about time. Next time." Du Xiaofu looked at the Lightning Goat, and a smile appeared on his pale face. To be able to make the Lightning Goat use its real body, it could be considered as proving himself. As his voice fell, Du Xiaofu's hand formed a seal, and a ray of light swept out. Boom! In an instant, the mountains below roared, and the void fluctuated. A special talisman pattern filled the air, as if it was channeling the power of heaven and earth. A formless aura rushed into the sky, turning into a light screen and enveloping the void. The Lightning Goat's expression changed, and the void around it froze. It was instantly enveloped, and it could not escape. Then, everything in front of it began to change. Talisman array. No, it's an illusion. The Lightning Goat's expression changed. No matter how strong it was, it did not dare to be careless in the face of this illusion. The onlookers watched from afar and did not know what was happening. They only saw that the void was blurry. This was an illusion that Du Xiaofu had set up long ago. It came from the heavenly spirit record left behind by his master, the Sacred Hand Soul Emperor. This was just a simple illusion, but with Du Xiaofu's current primordial spirit power and strength, it would definitely have an amazing effect. However, it was obviously impossible to trap the Lightning Goat with this illusion. Not long after, the Lightning Goat walked out of the illusion. Its huge body of lightning stood in the depths of the sky, and lightning intertwined, dazzling and bright. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu had already disappeared from the sky, disappearing into the void. "Brat, you can't escape." The Thunder Goat roared angrily. It had used its true body and had gone all out. However, it hadn't been able to do anything to that human being of the intermediate stage of the Sage Realm. So, how could its old face endure this? Moreover, the other half of the mysterious bone was still with him. Could it really be that human? He's still alive. Lei Dian's eyes were unsettled. Rumor had it that this was a peerless supreme human with the name of the Rock Emperor. Just now, this human had the supreme aura of the golden-winged Rock clan. It was impossible for there to be so many terrifying supreme existences among the human race. "No matter who you are, you can't escape," Lei Yang bellowed. His figure tore through the void and disappeared into the void like a thunder sun. The surrounding experts were still in shock. Such a young man was actually able to walk away from Lei Yang's hands. It was inconceivable. The space was bleak, and the clouds in the sky were dark red. The air was filled with a murderous aura, and it seemed very oppressive. In the mountains, there were dark black rocks that gave off a metallic luster. Ouyang Shuang, Dai Xingyu, Qing Luan, Shao Qing, Zhong Yuan, and Bing Toad appeared. Brother Xiaofu will be fine, right? Qing Luan was a little worried. Lei Yang was an expert of the advanced stage of the Holy Beast realm. In the outside world, he was one of the top existences. Even if Brother Xiaofu is no match for him, he will be able to escape. Dai Xingyu's clear eyes were filled with confidence. Don't worry. He won't do anything that he isn't confident in, Ouyang Shuang said. As Ouyang Shuang's voice fell, the void quietly fluctuated. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared from the void. His face was rather pale, and there was a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Master. Zhong Yuan and Bing Toad bowed. Their eyes were secretly shocked. In front of Lei Yang, their master had actually escaped unscathed. Brother Xiaofu, you're injured. Looking at Du Xiaofu's pale face, and the faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, Dai Xingyu's eyes suddenly became anxious. Are you all right? Ouyang Shuang stepped forward. In her jade-like hand, a silk handkerchief emitting a faint fragrance was gently wiping the traces of blood at the corner of Du Xiaofu's mouth. Her big eyes were filled with anxiety. It's just a small injury. It doesn't matter. Du Xiaofu smiled at Ouyang Shuang and gently grabbed her jade-like hand. His injury was not serious, but he had consumed a lot of energy. After this test, Du Xiaofu already had a rough understanding of his own strength. Lei Yang had used his original body in the end. That was his strongest state. Du Xiaofu was also very clear that he had not used his pulse spirit and spiritual thunder power. Moreover, he still had the 8 trigrams profound as his trump card. If they were to fight, the result would be really hard to say. However, that was a fight to the death, and there would only be an outcome at the end. There were experts everywhere, and he had quite a number of enemies. There were also dangers everywhere. Du Xiaofu did not plan to fight with Lei Yang to the end. He knew that even if he fought to the end, it would be difficult for him to truly deal with Lei Yang. Both sides would most likely suffer, and the gains would not make up for the losses. After testing himself, Du Xiaofu knew when to stop. Originally, he had set up a method in case he encountered Lei Yang and had a way out. In the end, he still used it. Master, what about Lei Yang? Pai Yuan asked. He was very shocked and wanted to know the result. He knew Lei Yang's strength. It was one of the top existences in the entire fearsome grounds. Many ancestor-level experts of the human race and beast alliance had to be courteous to it. They shouldn't be able to catch up so quickly, Du Xiaofu said, and the corners of his mouth curled into a spurious smile as he asked. Have you found the location? It should be not far ahead. Pai Yuan replied. His eyes were filled with unbearable shock. Master is too fierce. You guys enter the desolate ancient space first. I have something to do. Du Xiaofu lowered his eyes and said to Ouyang Shuang. He still had something to do and had to end it quickly. The illusory formation would not be able to stop Lei Yang for long. He would probably catch up soon. Be careful. Ouyang Shuang did not say much. There was a trace of sadness in her eyes. She was worried and hoped that she could be of some help. However, she had become his burden. Perhaps, without me by his side, he would be more relaxed and not be so burdened. Ouyang Shuang muttered in her heart. However, there was no trace of it on her face. On her peerless face, there was a charming smile. Don't worry. There won't be any hindrance. At least we can escape. Du Xiaofu said. As the sound of his voice faded, his slightly pale lips lightly pressed against those tender red lips. A wisp of fragrance entered his nose, and those red lips were soft and tender, causing people to linger and be unwilling to let go. I didn't see anything. Dai Xingyu covered her eyes with her hands and said with a charming smile. I didn't see anything either. I'm so embarrassed. Qing Luan Shaoqing covered her eyes with her hand. However, she was secretly looking curiously through the gaps between her fingers. All right. Yang Shuang was shy and took a step back. Her face was rosy, making her look even more charming. Du Xiaofu summoned the desolate ancient space and sent Yang Shuang, Dai Xingyu and Qing Luan Shaoqing into the desolate ancient space, following which, his body wriggled and his face distorted. Under the dumbfounded eyes of the desolate ape and Bing toad, his body gradually shrank and became thin and withered. His resolute and handsome face had no flesh and blood, only skin and bones. He even grew a goatee, giving him a wretched look. He looked exactly like Lei Yang. Boom! Lightning flickered in his eyes. Du Xiaofu used the divine art of disguise and turned into Lei Yang's appearance. Other than his clothes, the lightning aura on his body was exactly the same. The desolate ape and Bing toad's eyes almost popped out as they stared at Lei Yang in horror. Even the aura on his body had disappeared, making it difficult to distinguish him. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have never believed it. Looking from afar, the mountain range was winding, steep, and deep. Layers upon layers of dark brown rocks twisted and turned along with the valleys in the mountains, like a dark and deep tie, winding and dancing on this bleak ancient land. On both sides of the valleys, tall mountains shot up into the sky like vertical swords, separating heaven and earth. On top of the mountains, dark red clouds were faintly discernible. That little fish is very sneaky. He hid quite quickly. However, he must be nearby and hid his aura. Let's find him slowly. This time we can't let him escape. On top of a huge rock, a middle-aged man in yellow robes was looking down from above. His gaze swept the area below him. His figure was vigorous, and there was a yellow light in his eyes that was like lightning. That little fish is really good at hiding. Beside the middle-aged man in yellow robes, there was an old man in red robes. There were red patterns on his robes, like flames. He had a hooked nose and a wide forehead. He was quite elegant, but at the moment, his eyes were extremely gloomy. Lord Lei Yang and the others are here. They should have found something. Suddenly, the middle-aged man in yellow robes' eyes flickered. He looked into the void and felt a familiar aura. Hearing the middle-aged man in yellow robes, the red-robed man's heart skipped a beat. He looked in the direction of the middle-aged man's gaze. There was a faint sound of wind breaking. Then, there was a fluctuation in the void. In an instant, 3 figures tore through the void and descended directly from the void. The 3 figures appeared in the void. 3 invisible auras froze the void. They looked around. They were Lei Yang, Desolate Ape and Bing Toad, who were transformed by Du Xiaofu using the divine art of disguise. Lord Lei Yang, the middle-aged man in yellow robes and the red-robed man in red robes looked at the newcomers and immediately bowed to the person in front. Their eyes were filled with respect and they didn't dare to look directly at him. "Where's the fish?" Du Xiaofu asked. His voice was like thunder, no different from Lei Yang's. There was no flaw in his voice. Then, he descended towards the 2 of them. "Lord Lei Yang, the fish should be hiding nearby. However, it has a concealment technique and it is difficult to find it." The red-robed man in red robes replied. He looked at Desolate Ape and Bing Toad from the corner of his eyes and was surprised. He asked, "I wonder if Lord Lei Yang has caught the human. The other half of the secret bone is in his hands. The human is very cunning." Fortunately, Lord Lei Yang arrived in time. Desolate Ape and Bing Toad approached the red-robed man in red robes without leaving any traces. However, suddenly, a monstrous profound chi swept out from Desolate Ape's body. He threw a punch at the red-robed man in red robes. "Desolate Ape, what are you doing?" In an instant, the expression of the red-clothed, wide-robed man changed drastically. Both of his eyes suddenly became sharp and bright light erupted from within his body. While he swiftly retreated, a light pillar blocked the demonic ape's attack. Boom! However, at the same time, Bing Toad appeared beside him. His icy aura was monstrous and froze the void. His fierce attack was merciless and poured down. The yellow-robed middle-aged man's face changed. However, he did not have time to pay attention to the red-robed man in red robes because Lord Lei Yang had suddenly attacked. He was much faster than Desolate Ape and Bing Toad. Boom! Du Xiaofu attacked directly. He did not give the ground wolf any time to react. As soon as he landed, he had already attacked. His power was like thunder and lightning. His punch shattered the void and landed on the ground wolf's chest. The ground wolf did not have time to react. The sudden attack came in an instant. With Du Xiaofu's current cultivation and strength, even if they were to fight head-on, the ground wolf, who was at the peak of the middle stage of the sacred beast realm, was very strong. It was not weaker than Yu Bol, but it was still not a match for Du Xiaofu. Moreover, Du Xiaofu had been prepared for this sneak attack, and the ground wolf had been caught off guard. Bang! A low muffled sound came from the ground wolf's chest. As its body was sent flying, the place where the fist landed on its chest was covered in blood. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Large mouthfuls of blood poured out from its mouth. Its eyes were still in a daze and had not recovered from the shock. Rumble! The ground wolf's body crashed into the canyon, sending rocks into the sky and shaking the mountains. Boom! An incomparably surging aura gushed downward. Before Di Lang could even get up, Du Xiaofu's silhouette had already descended, like a rock descending to the 9 heavens, suppressing all living things. His foot was like a heavenly pillar as it descended. Within his eyes, a strange light flashed as mysterious runes flickered, bringing with it a strange power that caused Di Lang to be dumbstruck. The ground wolf could not resist at all. Du Xiaofu did not stop. As he waved his hand, a supreme pressure spread out from his palm. With lightning flashing and thunder rumbling, silver-yellow electric arcs erupted and condensed into a dazzling seal. In the seal, there seemed to be the shadow of a golden-winged rock that was about to fly out. A monstrous pressure spread out from it. This was the Blood Soul Seal. With the roars of dragons, phoenixes, lions, and tigers, it fell directly between the ground wolf's eyebrows. At this moment, a dazzling golden light burst out from the ground wolf's mind. The palm print of the golden-winged rock appeared in its mind. The electric arcs of the origin spirit wreaked havoc. A monstrous supreme pressure swept out and imprisoned its beast soul. The ground wolf's beast soul struggled violently. It wanted to escape, but it was unable to do so no matter how hard it tried. Beast Control Technique. Go! In the outside world, Du Xiaofu condensed the last handprint, forming the Blood Soul Seal and setting up the Beast Control Technique. Du Xiaofu didn't want to let go of such a peak middle stage holy beast realm cultivator. Otherwise, if he caught the ground wolf by surprise, it would be enough to destroy its body even if it didn't die. Chapter 2359. After struggling for a while, the Earth Wolf Beast Soul finally succumbed and began to be tamed. In the outside world, when Du Xiaofu's final hand seal fell, he ignored the Earth Wolf and disappeared again. Ku, above the canyon, the red-robed Lai Diao had transformed into his true form, a huge bird spreading its wings and stirring up howling winds. But at this moment, Lai Diao's body was dripping with blood. His eyes were merciless and sharp as he flapped his wings and tore through space with his claws. He was fighting with a huge ape and ice toad. Under the joint sneak attack of the ape and ice toad, Lai Diao had suffered heavy injuries and was now firmly suppressed. He had no idea what was going on. It's not Lord Lei Yang, it's that human. As Du Xiaofu released his domineering aura on the Earth Wolf, Lai Diao suddenly realized that it was not Lord Lei Yang, but that human. For some reason, the ape and ice toad were with him. But it was too late. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared like a ghost, no longer in the form of Lei Yang. Without hiding, he directly suppressed Lai Diao. Given Lai Diao's cultivation and strength, and the ape and ice toad had already been seriously injured, how could he be a match for Du Xiaofu? With practiced ease, Du Xiaofu once again placed a blood-soul seal on Lai Diao's body. Quick, enter the desolate ancient space. After placing the blood-soul seal on Lai Diao, Du Xiaofu immediately called out the desolate ancient space, bringing the ape, ice toad, earth wolf, and Lai Diao into it, and his figure instantly shot through the air. Crackle, just a few breaths after Du Xiaofu's figure disappeared, the space above this area was torn apart. Electric arcs rippled and Lei Yang's figure appeared. His eyes were bright with lightning and his expression was very gloomy and ugly. Peering down, Lei Yang sensed a familiar aura. Looking at the mess in the canyon, he was afraid that Di Lang and Lai Diao had also been killed. With their cultivation and strength, they wouldn't be a match for that brat. Bastard, Lei Yang was furious. He didn't expect that the kid would dare to attack them one by one. It was clear that he didn't put him in his eyes at all. He was ruthlessly toyed with. Unable to restrain his anger, Lei Yang unleashed his will, causing electric arcs to ripple. Lei Yang sensed that the brat should have already left after exchanging blows with the ground wolf. The ground wolf was not easy to deal with, so he should be hiding and recuperating. Brat, even if you run to the ends of the earth, I won't let you off. Then, the lightning goat tore through the skies and left. No matter where that brat fled, he would most likely head to Heaven Burial Deathland. At that time, he wouldn't let him off. It was a dark space and a narrow karst cave. This was deep underground. Du Xiaofu used the scarlet demonic horse monkey primordial spirit to enter and set up a seal. With the lightning goat's cultivation, Du Xiaofu estimated that it wouldn't be a problem to avoid the lightning goat's search. Even if he was discovered, it wouldn't matter. After all, he wasn't running for his life, just avoiding. For the time being, he didn't want to continue fighting. After a while, Du Xiaofu's lips curled into a smile as he sensed that the lightning goat was far away. However, Du Xiaofu wasn't in a hurry. Who knew if the lightning goat would be smart enough to come back and attack? Sure enough, a moment later, above the calm canyon, there was a surge of lightning, and the lightning goat's figure appeared again. His eyes were gloomy and somewhat unwilling. Then, he left resentfully. In the underground karst cave, Du Xiaofu's lips curled into a smile as he called out the ancient desolate space and entered. Master! Inside the ancient desolate space, the demonic ape, ice toad, and the others saluted. The ground wolf and Lai Diao were already in awe and submission. Looking at the ground wolf and Lai Diao, Du Xiaofu asked, "Do you have any definite information about the flying fish?" The flying fish was Du Xiaofu's main goal. There must be something mysterious about that half of the bone, so he hoped to get some result. I've been tracking it all the way and found traces of that small fish. It disappeared in the canyon. I guess it's hiding nearby. Lai Diao said. Not long ago, it was he who found the flying fish's traces and sent out a signal. That small fish's strength isn't very good, but its concealment method is strange. It escaped several times. The ground wolf said. In terms of strength, it was enough to deal with the flying fish, but the flying fish's escape method was extremely strange, leaving it helpless. Are you sure that the fish disappeared in the canyon? Du Xiaofu asked Lai Diao. Now, it seemed that only the flying fish knew the origin of the half of the bone. I'm sure. Lai Diao nodded affirmatively. Is that so? Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. He then sat down cross-legged and formed a seal with his hands. Golden light shot out from the center of his brows and instantly spread out in the ancient desolate space, filling the air with misty qi. Ao, a golden ape phantom appeared behind Du Xiaofu, roaring like thunder, shaking the void, its innate spiritual eyes overlooking the world. Redbone horse monkey. The black ape was shocked, its beast soul trembling, and its body went limp. Golden light fluctuated, and the red-bone horse-monkey phantom behind Du Xiaofu was filled with wind and thunder. An invisible ripple spread out from the ancient desolate space. After a full 15 minutes, the red-bone horse-monkey phantom disappeared from Du Xiaofu's back, and the terrible pressure faded away. The black ape and the others returned to normal. It seems that my luck is really good. Du Xiaofu got up, a smile in his eyes. The red-bone horse-monkey seemed to have found the fish in the bloodline spirit. Towering mountain ridges, deep canyons, rocks rolling up and down, winding paths leading to seclusion. The mountain peaks on both sides of the valleys were thousands of feet high, as if they were carved by knives and axes. In the depths of the valleys, there was a narrow area surrounded by slanted cliffs, as if this place had fallen into a sinkhole. In this narrow area, from the top of the cliff, there was a small stream of water that fell down, condensing into a small pond that was only 1 or 2 meters wide. It could be said to be a work of art. The stream meandered through the cliff, zigzagging as it flowed. In the end, it fell from high up in the sky and dripped into this small pool. It was a work of the gods, a creation of nature, and it had a wonderful and natural scene. Whoosh whoosh, above the void there was the sound of wind breaking, and 4 figures descended from the air into the valleys. A man and 3 women. The man was wearing a purple robe, and the 3 women had outstanding temperaments, as if they were immortals that did not eat the food of mortals. These 4 people were Du Xiaofu, Ouyang Shuang, Dai Xingyu, Qing Luan, and Shao Qing. Brother Xiaofu, what are we doing here? Dai Xingyu looked around. There were few people here, and everywhere was desolate. There did not seem to be anything special about this place. This place is not bad. It has a feeling of a work of art. Du Xiaofu faintly smiled, then looked at the small pond not far away. Do you see that? There's a fish over there. Hearing this, following Du Xiaofu's gaze, Ouyang Shuang, Dai Xingyu, and Shao Qing immediately looked at the small pond. They saw that in the small pond there was a fish that was half a foot long, puffing out bubbles. This was an extremely ordinary fish. There was no ripple of aura on it, and it was leisurely passing through time in this small pond. Although this fish is a bit small, it should be enough to fill my stomach. Do you want to stew it or roast it? Du Xiaofu faintly smiled and said slowly. It's so small. It's not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Shao Qing pouted. Such a small fish was truly not enough to fill the gaps between her teeth. Haha, that's not necessarily the case. Perhaps this fish will suddenly become large. Then it will be enough. Half will be roasted, and the other half will be stewed. The taste should be quite good. Du Xiaofu chuckled. He looked at the small pond and said, As for the fish in the water, I wonder if you like the first half stewed or the second half stewed? */ Before Du Xiaofu had finished speaking, the small fish in the small pond suddenly exploded with light. It charged into the sky like lightning, wanting to break through the air and escape. This sudden change caused Dai Xingyu, Shao Qing, and Shao Qing's expressions to change. They were very surprised. They had peeped earlier, and there was clearly no trace of aura at all. It was only an ordinary fish. They never thought that it would change in an instant. Trash, you still want to escape? At the same time, a loud shout came from the void above the canyon. In an instant, 4 terrifying auras surged out and directly sealed the void. Di Lang, Bing Toad, Zhong Yuan, and Lai Diao appeared in the void and directly sealed the surrounding space. Boom. The lightning stopped in an instant. The light was dazzling, and it turned into a 5-foot-long flying fish with a pair of wings on its back. It was unclear whether it was fins or wings. It was filled with a pitch-black light, and it looked more like wings. This fish's aura was astonishing at this moment. It even carried a domineering aura that caused the surrounding void to surge. It's that fish. The Qing Luan and Shao Qing were shocked. This fish was actually the fish they saw not long after they entered this fearsome ground. However, at that time it was several thousand feet in size. At this moment, although its size had shrunk, the aura on its body was even stronger than before. Du Xiaofu looked at the fish and was secretly surprised. Its aura was even stronger than before. It was probably on the verge of a breakthrough, showing signs of breaking through to the middle stage of the Saint Beast realm. It's you. When such a fish appeared, it looked at Zhong Yuan, Li Diao, Bing Toad, and Di Lang with a dignified expression. They knew that the other party had come prepared. A fierce battle was inevitable. This time, it would not be easy to escape again. Continue to escape if you have the ability, Di Lang said, and sealed the void, making it difficult for this fish to escape. Humph! Fei Yu looked at Di Lang and the other three and snorted. Then, it looked down at Du Xiaofu and fell on Du Xiaofu. It was a little surprised that this human was walking together with Zhong Yuan, Li Diao, and the others. Boy, I really want to know how you found me. Fei Yu was very puzzled. It had its own way of escaping and hiding. Even under the detection of Lei Yang, it could hide. It did not know how it was discovered by this boy. It's very simple. Nothing grows in this place. There is no vitality. How can there be a lone fish here? Du Xiaofu smiled and said with a calm expression. This Fei Yu did indeed possess extraordinary skill and talent in concealment. With the Scarlet Horse Monkey Vein Soul's ability, it was only able to detect that there were living creatures here, but did not discover anything special. However, in such a desolate and lifeless place, how could there be a lone fish living by itself? Hearing this, Fei Yu's eyes twitched and emitted a terrifying light. It did not expect that it would make such a mistake. Will you submit to me, or should I beat you up first and then submit? Du Xiaofu looked at Fei Yu and said softly. Boy, do you think it's possible? Fei Yu sneered and looked at him with disdain. It knew that this boy was not simple, but it was impossible for it to submit. Then, it looked at Di Lang, Bing Toad, and Li Diao and said, Why do you keep chasing me? The treasure is with that boy. Just take it. How treacherous! Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. This fish was just as treacherous back then. It had given the half-secret bone to Du Xiaofu in order to reap the benefits after Du Xiaofu, Li Diao, and Li Diao were both injured. Now it was repeating the same trick. Humph, you're the one I'm looking for. However, Di Lang directly attacked after Fei Yu's words sounded. A claw directly tore through space and rushed downward. Fei Yu's expression changed. His ferocious eyes fluctuated between yin and yang as a storm rose in his heart. However, this storm in his heart transformed into a dark ruthlessness in his eyes. However, he did not dare to face the ground wolf head-on. The wings on his back flapped, and his speed was incomparably fast. He actually avoided the ground wolf's attack. Bang! Zhong Yuan arrived in the blink of an eye. He did not hold back as he threw a punch forward. The space in front of him suddenly cracked with a crashing sound under this punch, revealing a long pitch-black crack that descended from the sky and blocked in front of Fei Yu with lightning speed. Rumble, Ice Toad's, and Li Diao's attacks arrived almost at the same time. Two energy pillars intertwined with runes and mysterious symbols. They were like rainbow-colored thunderbolts as they violently descended from the sky. In an instant there were 3 attacks, and none of them were below his. Fei Yu's gaze was incomparably solemn. The light on his body burst forth, and the black wings on his back instantly expanded. It was as if the wings were protecting his entire body, tightly covering him within. Bang bang bang, the 3 attacks instantly landed on Fei Yu's body. However, the dark black wings were just like an iron wall. They allowed the 3 attacks to collide with them. A rumbling sound was emitted, but they were not shaken much. Surprise surged in Du Xiaofu's eyes. This method was quite similar to the methods of the great golden-winged Peng tribe. It was very strange that Fei Yu's defense was actually so strong. Bang! The 3 attacks were blocked. Soon after, pitch-black runes erupted from Fei Yu's black wings. It spread its wings and soared into the sky like a great peng. Its aura was frightening and shocking, causing the surrounding space to ripple. It was about to break through the air. Bang! Du Xiaofu made his move. Golden light covered 100,000 feet as it forcefully suppressed Fei Yu. The pitiful Fei Yu was simply unable to contend. It was trampled by Du Xiaofu, spitting out blood. Its body was suppressed to the point where it was unable to expand. Its fierce eyes were aghast. This human clearly did not possess such frightening strength not long ago. Chapter 2360. At this moment, Fei Yu more or less understood why Di Lang and the others were with this human. Like the cry of a rock, a strange seal filled with supreme beast might. Du Xiaofu suppressed Fei Yu and forcibly set up the blood-soul seal. A moment later, Du Xiaofu set up a seal in a secluded place and entered the ancient desolate space. What exactly is this half of the secret bone? In the ancient desolate space, Du Xiaofu took out the half of the secret bone he had obtained from Fei Yu back then. It was only the size of a baby's arm, about the length of a palm, and emitted a faint light. At this moment, when this half of the secret bone landed in his hand again, Du Xiaofu still felt as if his entire body had been electrocuted. It was as if this half of the secret bone contained a mysterious power that could connect with him, inexplicably allowing him to form a certain kind of connection with it. The eyes of Pai Yuan, Lai Diao and the others trembled when they saw this item. This was the great treasure they had always wanted to obtain. It was rumored that Fei Yu's cultivation had soared in such a short time because he had obtained this item. This item came from the sky burial wasteland. I obtained it by accident, Fei Yu said. At this moment, there were still ripples in his eyes when he saw this half of the secret bone. He knew best just how much benefit he had obtained from this half of the secret bone. Then, Fei Yu explained everything. At that time, he had yet to step into the saint stage, and wanted to find an opportunity to step into the saint stage. One day, he entered the sky burial wasteland and fell into a dangerous situation. However, he accidentally discovered an entrance and obtained this half of the secret bone. This secret bone is very strange, but I didn't manage to comprehend much from it, Fei Yu said with some regret. He had obtained this half of the secret bone for quite some time, but he didn't manage to comprehend much from it. Therefore, when he was surrounded by Pai Yuan and Lai Diao that day, although he knew that the secret bone was of mysterious origin and was a great treasure, he could only give it to Du Xiaofu as a way to escape. He thought that it wouldn't be too late to take it back next time. It was much better than letting it fall into the hands of Pai Yuan and Lai Diao. You didn't comprehend it? The mantis ape was astonished. It hadn't comprehended anything yet, but the Fei Yu had broken through so quickly. Du Xiaofu seemed rather surprised as well. He originally thought that Fei Yu should have some understanding of this half of the bone, but he never imagined that Fei Yu was unable to comprehend anything from this half of the bone. Fei Yu's pale face revealed a trace of a bitter smile. He shook his head and said to Zhong Yuan, Lai Diao, and the others, "When I obtained this half of the secret bone treasure, I had obtained an ancient inheritance. This half of the secret bone seems to be related to that inheritance. Tell me the details." Du Xiaofu looked at Fei Yu and asked. The blood-soul seal had already been placed on Fei Yu, not holding anything back, telling him everything. Within the heaven burial wasteland, in a mysterious place, the skeleton of an enormous fish was discovered. It was like an enormous island that stretched across the void. It had a pair of wings on its back, and it was covered in mysterious black talisman patterns. The inheritance came from the skeleton of that enormous fish. From the inheritance, Fei Yu learned that the big fish was called Widower Saint. Widower Saint, the mantis ape, Lai Diao, Lai Diao, Lai Diao, and Ice Toad all looked as if they had heard something, but they couldn't recall it immediately. I remember now. Widower Saint, before this world was sealed and before the Qilin race disappeared, this Widower Saint existed, Lai Diao suddenly said, but that was all he knew. He came from before the Dragon Phoenix tribulation. Du Xiaofu was a bit surprised. This widower saint actually came from before the dragon phoenix tribulation. Before the dragon phoenix tribulation, when the Chilants, dragons, and phoenixes reigned supreme, he was already famous. This was enough to prove that widower saint was not ordinary. The mantis ape, Lidiao, and ice toad all looked at Feiyu with envy. No wonder Feiyu was able to improve so quickly. It turned out that he had obtained an ancient inheritance. Widower saint was originally an almighty of the fish race. This half of the bone came from widower saint's body. According to widower saint's inheritance, this half of the bone might have come from beyond the heavens. He spent his entire life comprehending 10 or 20% of it. Feiyu's eyes were filled with regret as he continued, "A long time has passed, and widower saint's inheritance is incomplete." From beyond the heavens, Du Xiaofu was very surprised. This bone came from beyond the heavens. Could there really be a world beyond the heavens in this world? According to the legends, during the tribulation, the lords of 3,000 worlds and the dragon god came to stop it. After that, the lords of the 3,000 worlds and the dragon god left this world. The lords of the 3,000 worlds also said that if fate brought them together, they would fight side by side. Is there really another world outside this world that can break through the heavens? Du Xiaofu pondered. Master, many of the inheritances I obtained should have been comprehended by widower saint from this mysterious bone. Perhaps you can learn something from it, Feiyu said to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu came back to his senses and nodded. Although he was in a hurry to go to Burial Sky Deathland, he was in the ancient desolate space. He did not lack time. He then said to the mantis ape, ice toad, and ground wolf, "You guys can study it together." The mantis ape, ground wolf, ardent eagle, and ice toad were pleasantly surprised. Then, in the ancient desolate space, Feiyu deduced what he had obtained from the inheritance. Ouyang Shuang, Dai Xingyu, Qing Luan, and Xiao Qing also studied it together with the mantis ape and the others. Walala, mysterious black runes rushed out from Feiyu's body and filled the ancient desolate space as if they were alive. They were growing, arranging, and deducing. The sound of wind and thunder resounded, resounding. In the end, these mysterious runes seemed to be tearing apart the void in the desolate ancient space. They emitted a black light and lined up together. Finally, they took shape in the void and condensed into a huge black fish. This fish was filled with supreme qi as if it was alive. Its eyes were like two suns, looking down on all living beings. It was incomparably majestic. Rumble, this fish was too terrifying. It was comparable to a true dragon. When it spread its wings, it was like a great rock that could cover the void. It was like the clouds in the sky. This is the supreme beast energy. It contains profound mysteries. If we can comprehend it, it will definitely be a great opportunity. Dai Xingyu said in astonishment. This fish was actually so terrifying. The aura it exuded was comparable to that of a true dragon or phoenix. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was also astonished. This widower saint was truly terrifying. The aura on his body was somewhat similar to that of a great rock. One was a great rock from the 9 heavens, the other was a great fish from the sea. However, there was an invisible connection between them. Rumble, the mysterious runes shuttled back and forth in the void. It was like a huge fish bobbing up and down in the boundless sea. It was shocking to the extreme. Immediately, everyone was astonished. This was the manifestation of a supreme beast energy. The mantis ape, ground wolf, and the others all sat down cross-legged to carefully comprehend. Even the blue Luan and little blue were no exception. Du Xiaofu was also stunned. This was a true supreme beast energy. This fish was definitely not ordinary. No wonder widower saint could leave his name in the ancient desolate era when the Chilants, true dragons, and phoenixes reigned supreme. Gradually, Du Xiaofu stood there calmly. He had entered a certain ethereal state and was comprehending the various transformations of the huge fish. Du Xiaofu continued to comprehend. Occasionally, he would condense hand seals in his hands. It was as if he was evolving and imitating. Even as his hand seals condensed, black mysterious runes appeared. Just like this, time slowly passed. After a period of time, Du Xiaofu did not make any movements. It was as if he had been petrified and had sunk into a deeper level of comprehension. The manifestation of the flying fish had ended. He sat down cross-legged and began to heal his injuries. The mantis ape, ground wolf, and the others all closed their eyes to the side. Only Du Xiaofu was still standing and comprehending everything. It was as if he had appeared in a vast sea. Countless mysterious runes danced in the air and transformed into a huge fish. It stirred up monstrous waves in the sea. It rose and fell, shuttled back and forth like a rock striking the sky. This was the manifestation of a supreme beast energy. Above the sea, heavenly sounds resounded like thunder. An ancient aura appeared, as if it contained many profound mysteries. It emitted the sound of wind and thunder. This kind of scene was very frightening and shocking. That huge fish struck the sky in the boundless sea, as if it was about to fly away. Those astonishing eyes seemed to contain the endless flow of time. In the blink of an eye, the sea turned into mulberry fields and the sun and moon sank. Du Xiaofu pursued the endless path of the strong. He forgot everything in his comprehension, just like when he was comprehending the ancient stone tablet in front of the Du family's gate. There was enough time in the ancient desolate space. After an unknown amount of time, the mantis ape, ground wolf, Qing Luan, little Qing, and Ouyang Shuang had all awakened from their comprehension. However, Du Xiaofu showed no signs of waking up. The space between his brows emitted a silver-gold radiance, projecting into the void in front of him. It was very profound. In the end, Du Xiaofu's entire body was suffused with light. Faint black mysterious runes actually appeared. These mysterious runes changed and evolved. They revolved around Du Xiaofu's body like a huge black vortex. Walala, within the black vortex, the sound of waves could be heard. There was also the sound of wind and thunder. In the end, it shuttled back and forth on the surface of Du Xiaofu's body. Faintly, the image of a huge black fish appeared around Du Xiaofu's body. This is too abnormal. He actually comprehended it so quickly? The mantis ape and ground wolf were stupefied. They also had some gains, but at this moment it was very clear that under the same comprehension, Du Xiaofu's gains were like heaven and earth compared to theirs. Master really didn't comprehend the widower saint's inheritance? The flying fish was very doubtful. He was the clearest about how much Du Xiaofu had comprehended at this moment. He was horrified. The black radiance was dazzling. The mysterious runes interweaved and emitted black light. Strands of black light lingered around Du Xiaofu's body. In the end, they condensed into the image of a huge black fish. This evolution and transformation gradually emitted a supreme aura that shuttled back and forth around Du Xiaofu's body. In the end, Du Xiaofu's entire person seemed to have turned into a huge black fish. He wanted to submit to the boundless sea and rush into the depths of the sea, submerging into the boundless sea. Black mysterious runes continued to appear in the void. They connected with Du Xiaofu and emitted a resplendent black light. Apologies, everyone. I've been hospitalized for 4 days. I can only write on my sickbed today. Apologies. Chapter 2361. Just like that, Du Xiaofu completely immersed himself in comprehending the mysteries of the black fish, forgetting everything else. In the outside world, the news of the commotion in the sky burial wasteland had already spread out. Experts from various forces were heading over. Many living beings had already gathered at the periphery of the sky burial wasteland. The appearance of various forces had also caused a lot of dispute. Human tribe against human tribe, beast tribe against beast tribe, everyone was fighting for the treasures. This secret bone is mine. In the mountains, a beast roared like thunder. A flood dragon soared into the sky, fighting with a golden eagle for a secret bone. However, the golden eagle was powerful. Its entire body was resplendent, and it unleashed a powerful aura. It actually sent the flood dragon flying and snatched the secret bone. It flapped its wings and flew away. Fight! In the canyon, there were experts clad in armor. They were fighting a group of experts, causing blood to flow in the sky. They were fighting for the inheritance. Suddenly, many treasures appeared in the periphery of the sky burial wasteland, causing experts from various forces to fight for them. Everyone's eyes were red with killing intent. All the creatures understood that as long as they could comprehend the treasures in the sky burial wasteland, they could quickly become experts. This was a huge opportunity, and no one wanted to miss it. At this time, something major happened in the sky burial wasteland. The news of creatures from the outside world entering the wasteland had spread, startling all the creatures in the wasteland. It said that creatures from the outside world entered in ancient times. They were all very strong, and they had once fought with the saints of our human race. There are other lands outside our world, and there are also humans and beasts there. It said that the Rock Emperor who left his name in the temple and was recognized by the human emperor's seal came from the outside world. There are also many creatures from the outside world nearby. They are very strong and they are also fighting for treasures. Where did these people from the outside come from? Can we get out too? It's said that there are great restrictions. There are cracks in some places, and creatures from the outside world can enter after finding the entrance. However, if we go out, there are great restrictions. The news of creatures from the outside world entering the sky burial wasteland was no longer a secret. It had spread everywhere. Back then, the guy who caused trouble in our beast alliance and killed many experts was said to be from the outside world. Be careful of the creatures from the outside world. In this fearsome land, whether it was the human race or the beast race, they all held some hostility towards the outside creatures. At the very least, they were very wary of them. A few treasures appeared, triggering a fight over them. Many experts took action, and intense battles broke out everywhere. Shouts of killing rushed into the heavens, making the place seethe. Around the sky burial deathland, many people had already died. It was extremely tragic. Rumor had it that Saint Realm cultivators had already appeared. The treasures that have appeared in the heaven burial deathland this time around are truly extraordinary. We are only at the outer perimeter, and there are already so many of them. Seems like the depths of the heaven burial deathland must be a den of dragons and tigers. It will be even more dangerous. An old man spoke out, sensing the dangerous aura. Some of the top experts also had solemn expressions, not daring to be careless. Within the desolate ancient space, Du Xiaofu was still standing. Around him, the giant fish condensed from black talisman runes floated up and down. A supreme aura pervaded the air, suppressing everything. Du Xiaofu was completely immersed in comprehending everything. At this moment, it was as though he had returned to the primordial era, traveling freely in the depths of the sea region. Boom! The sea region exploded as the giant fish crossed the sea, smashing apart one island after another, scattering debris into the boundless sea region. The flood dragon roared, shaking the sky as it tried to avoid the black fish. This is impossible, impossible. The flying fish was shocked. It could feel how deep Du Xiaofu's comprehension was at this moment. It was already above it. What a terrifying beast energy! Is this Widower Saint's true body? The ape, earth wolf, ice toad, and ardent eagle were also deeply shaken. They could also feel the terrifying pressure brought about by the black fish. This was the supreme beast energy of the beast race. At a certain moment, the black fish disappeared from Du Xiaofu's body. The black talisman runes disappeared one by one. Du Xiaofu finally woke up from that mysterious state. Huff! Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Du Xiaofu opened his eyes. The image of the black fish dissipated in his eyes, as if it had entered the depths of his golden eyes. Supreme beast energy very strong. It's not much weaker than the golden-winged Ping bird race. Du Xiaofu was also quite surprised. That black fish was a supreme beast energy, comparable to the dragons and phoenixes. It was very shocking. How is it? Ouyang Shuang came forward. She had also carefully studied that half of the bone before, but she didn't gain anything. I'll study it later when I have time. Du Xiaofu shook his head at Ouyang Shuang. If Widower Saint had also obtained this half of the bone before rising, then this half of the bone was much more precious than he had imagined. More than half a month had passed in the desolate space. Although less than 2 days had passed in the outside world, there were already movements in the burial deathland. Experts from all sides were heading there. It was possible that all the people from the desolate country who entered this dangerous place would arrive. Du Xiaofu didn't dare to delay. Letting the groundwolf, Lai Diao, and the others continue to heal in the desolate space, Du Xiaofu took Ouyang Shuang, Qing Luan, Dai Xingyu, and Zhong Yuan out of the desolate space and continued in the direction of the burial deathland. Zhong Yuan was more familiar with the burial deathland, and his injuries were no longer a problem. Du Xiaofu needed someone who knew more about the burial deathland than he did. Rumor has it that in the primordial times, almost all the top experts in the world perished in the burial heaven wasteland. Therefore, the burial heaven wasteland is filled with endless dangers and opportunities. Since ancient times, Saint Realm cultivators have never been able to escape from the burial heaven wasteland. They could even be easily killed. Along the way, the demonic ape told Du Xiaofu everything he knew about the burial heaven wasteland. Du Xiaofu guessed that the burial deathland was related to the dragons and phoenixes' tribulation. Even in the outside world, there were rumors that the Qilin clan had disappeared during the Dragons and Phoenixes clan had suffered heavy losses during the Dragons and Phoenixes clan. It seemed that there was a great opportunity there. Zhong Yuan followed Du Xiaofu and continued, with great dangers, there will naturally be great opportunities as well. It is not too strange for sacred artifacts of the primordial era to appear in the burial deathland. Many supreme beasts have appeared in the past as well. The blood essence of true dragons and true phoenixes is not just a legend. It is even rumored that there are supreme sacred medicines in there. Taking them can allow one's cultivation to rise by one or even several levels. Misfortune and fortune coexist. Sacred artifacts, blood essence of true dragons and true phoenixes, supreme sacred medicines. Du Xiaofu exclaimed in surprise. With these treasures, it was probably enough to make everyone fearlessly charge into the heaven burial deathland and risk their lives for it. Such temptation was simply irresistible. No cultivator could refuse any of these treasures. Supreme sacred medicines. As for Du Xiaofu, he was more interested in the supreme sacred medicines. They could allow a Saint Realm cultivator's cultivation to rise by one or even several levels. These were definitely heaven-defying treasures. Zhong Yuan looked at Du Xiaofu's face, which was secretly burning with passion, and said, "Master, the most desirable thing in the burial deathland is the greatest secret in the world." Du Xiaofu raised his eyes. Not long ago, Zhong Yuan had mentioned that the greatest secret in the world was buried in the burial deathland. Once it was revealed, it would shake the world. There was no such thing as a groundless rumor in the world. The ancient emperor had also said that the burial deathland was the most mysterious place in the ominous grounds. Du Xiaofu guessed that the burial deathland was not simple. It must have buried a great secret. It seems that the burial deathland is extremely mysterious. Ouyang Shuang said softly, "If the burial deathland is related to the Dragon Phoenix tribulation, then many ancient experts must have fallen there. Therefore, the burial deathland must also contain the inheritance of an ancient expert. If you can obtain the inheritance of an ancient expert, it will be much more powerful than ordinary inheritance." Inheritance of an ancient expert. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. The sky-slashing 3 swords that he had obtained were also from an ancient expert. The burial sky wasteland once buried an entire world and buried the greatest secret of this world. Since ancient times there have only been two major disturbances. However, each time, countless experts have entered the burial sky wasteland, but no one has discovered the secret. Whether this is true or not, no one knows. However, the inheritances of ancient experts and the blood essences of true dragons and true phoenixes do exist. Someone has long since obtained them. The demonic ape told Du Xiaofu. That's right. Burial Deathland, I hope I can gain something. Du Xiaofu smiled. No matter what, he had to make a trip to the Burial Deathland. It would be better if he could obtain some opportunities. The experts of the Beast Alliance and the human race in the ominous grounds will all enter such a place. Be careful. Ouyang Shuang said and looked at Du Xiaofu seriously. Not to mention the school of vertical and horizontal, dragons, legalism, famous people, and devil religion who had entered the ominous grounds, Du Xiaofu already had many enemies in the human race and the Beast Alliance. He might encounter them in the Burial Deathland. I will. Du Xiaofu shrugged his shoulders and the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. He had already expected that there would be Sage Realm cultivators from all over the world. However, he was not a pushover at this moment, especially those from the legalism sect, school of vertical and horizontal, the famous clan, the dragon tribe, and the devil sect. Those ancient experts from the eternal tomb were unable to enter this perilous place. If he were to encounter those from the devil sect, the famous clan, and the school of vertical and horizontal, he would be able to slaughter them even if he did not obtain any opportunities in this perilous place. With his current cultivation and strength, he did not need to worry about those Sage Realm cultivators from the devil sect, the famous clan, and the devil sect. Of course, Du Xiaofu did not dare to be careless. At the very least, there were many terrifying experts in the human tribe and beast alliance in this fearsome ground. Even if it was just Lei Yang, Du Xiaofu would have to go all out to fight against him. There were probably many experts in the human tribe and beast alliance who were stronger than Lei Yang. The Burial Deathland is boundless. I heard that no one has reached the end. Master, you must be careful. The Blood Soul seal had been placed on the Nightmare Ape, and he was extremely loyal. Okay. Du Xiaofu nodded slightly. The group traveled through the air. Along the way, no living creatures dared to come near and cause trouble. Du Xiaofu was rather looking forward to it. He hadn't seen Little Xingxing, Little Demon Du, Drunkard Father, Little Demon Du, 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 and the others. However, Du Shaoqing and Little Tiger were with the Baifeng divine birds and the dark heavenly tigers. Du Xiaofu guessed that perhaps Little Green and Little Tiger did not obtain any benefits in the Burial Deathland. It was a pity. However, the benefits that they obtained from the Baifeng divine birds and the dark heavenly tigers were great enough. The Burial Deathland was located in the east of the ancient wilderness ominous ground. There were endless abysses and mountains. The vast and boundless sky was gray like chaos. It was as if this was the end of the world. Everywhere was bleak and silent. The sky was dark and the ground was dry. It was like a land of death. Rumble, however, recently, there was a commotion in the originally peaceful land of death. There were ancient talisman runes that emitted light. From time to time, there were sounds coming from the depths of the land. In particular, there was a huge spatial hole in the depths of the land. It was like a spatial black hole. The spatial ripples in the hole rotated like a huge tornado, as if it was going to devour the space. An ancient aura that had existed since ancient times spread out. It was majestic and terrifying. It was filled with a terrifying murderous aura. It made it impossible for cultivators below the honorable realm to get close. Even Saint Realm cultivators did not dare to be careless. Whoosh! In the depths of the land of death, astral winds howled like a tsunami. It lasted for a very long time. Waves of spatial ripples rolled over and over. In the entire area, only experts dared to enter. Ordinary creatures didn't dare to come close to this area. In the distant sky, on a dark mountain peak, many figures landed on the highest rock. Above there were Buddhist chants in the sky. Many of these figures had powerful auras. The one in the lead was an old monk. His Saint Realm aura was not hidden much. It was the old monk from the Buddhist clan. Beside him were Hung Luan and Ninefold Spirit. This is the place. I hope we can get something this time, the old monk in the lead said. His eyes fluctuated with golden light. Then, the group entered the land of death. Whoosh, not long after, above the void, a blazing aura descended. Many figures appeared above the void. Waves of beast sovereign aura spread out and solidified the void. If Du Xiaofu was here at this moment, he would certainly be happy. The ones who came were Saint Feng Qi of the Phoenix clan, Huang Linger, Feng Han, Feng Chu, Feng Wu, and other experts of the Phoenix clan. The most important one was Zi Xian. What a strong murderous aura! Looking at the sky, Zi Xian's eyes were like purple suns. It was as if she could see through everything in the world. At this moment, Zi Xian was in the sky. The aura on her body seemed to be a little different. Compared to when she entered the land of death, it was much stronger. Her purple robe fluttered in the air. Purple flames were flickering, outlining her seductive figure. Huang Wu, Huang Ling Feng Han, and Feng Chu stood in unison as they gazed at the shocking commotion in the distance. It was like an enormous primeval ferocious beast had awakened, and it intended to devour and slaughter everything in the world. There are too many things buried here. Our ancestors of the Phoenix clan also entered this land of death for the sake of the sky burial wasteland. The greatest secret of the Phoenix clan is inside, Saint Feng Qi said. His expression was solemn and dignified. Looking at the terrifying aura in front of him, even with his cultivation, he felt deeply frightened. Are the rumors true? Feng Wu's fiery eyes flashed with some doubt. No matter what, we have to go into the sky burial wasteland. Feng Chu's eyes were filled with anticipation. Zi Xian, Feng Han, Feng Chu, Feng Wu, Feng Ling our ancestors have failed the previous 2 times. I hope that you can succeed this time. This time, the clan took the risk to let you in because we hope that you can obtain the greatest secret of our Phoenix clan. According to our ancestors' experience, you are young and have outstanding talent. Therefore, your chances are the greatest. The great calamity in the outside world is about to arrive. If you fail this time, then everything will be troublesome. Saint Feng Qi looked at Zi Xian, Feng Han and the others and said, Yes. Zi Xian, Huang Linger, Feng Han and the others nodded. When you enter this land of death, you don't need to look for other opportunities. You only need to follow the aura and head straight to the place left behind by my clan. Obtaining the greatest secret of my clan is much better than any other opportunities. If you can successfully obtain the greatest secret of my clan, I'm afraid that when the time comes, even the great Rock Emperor will have to avoid you. Saint Feng Qi's eyes were filled with anticipation. It was the legend of the Phoenix clan, the greatest opportunity of the Phoenix clan. The previous 2 times when cracks appeared in the ancient desolate wasteland, some of their ancestors had entered, but they didn't succeed. Their efforts were in vain. Now they could only place their hopes on these few outstanding juniors. If we can obtain the inheritance left behind by our clan, I wonder how we will compare to Du Xiaofu. Young Feng's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. Even when facing the combined attacks of Du Xiaofu, Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, Moksha, Jialo Jueliao and the others of the same generation, he never lost his fighting spirit and confidence. Instead, he continued to cultivate bitterly. His mental fortitude was far from what an ordinary person could compare with. The greatest secret of their clan in the sky burial wasteland increased his fighting spirit. Saint Feng Qi's gaze shifted as he looked at Chick Feng. Then, he smiled and said, Under normal circumstances, if all of you are able to obtain the items left behind by the clan buried in this land of death, No one in the same generation will be a match for you. However, Saint Fengqi paused for a moment. Then, his smile turned into a bitter one. However, the Rock Emperor, the Spirit Lord and Du Xiaoyao are outliers. As for the outcome, I don't know. Right now, the most important thing is for you to obtain the secret of our clan buried in this wasteland. Whoosh, whoosh, the sound of wind breaking resounded. Soon after, the experts of the Phoenix clan disappeared from the wasteland. In the dusky canyon, the sky was dark. Strong winds whistled at the entrance of the canyon, causing the earth to tremble and the mountains to shake.